Welcome, gamers, one and all, to the Bowenthius show. I am your host, Bowenthius, and I have just gotten past yet another mine that Windows Updates has set for me, wherein it changed my default settings on my microphone again, to not point towards my actual microphone, and it also set my microphone volume from 35 to 100. So, glad I caught that little bug before I blew out any eardrums today. But hello, everybody. Hello. Thank you for the spinning reel. It is always a pleasure to see you lurking about and spinning me miraculously. Hello, Killshot. Welcome in. I will talk about that in a second. But before I do that, the second that precedes that second is congratulations on the first Oscal. What do you mean, balance? The scale is so tipped in my direction, it's close to falling down by the weight on my side. Welcome to the new normal. Last time we had somebody else claim first was an amazing stroke of difference. And it's nice to get back to normalcy. I haven't been able to drop in for a while because I've been at the office. That is okay, that is perfectly fine and acceptable. I mean, we all have occupations and duties and things keeping us busy and at bay, so it is very much understandable, and no worries on that front. We have so many things to discuss today. It's weird when you get first. I know, right? It's almost as if the cosmic balance has been upset. But speaking of the cosmic balance, I was saving this for yesterday's stream, but you weren't there, so now I can talk about it openly. I went into checking about your query, Oscal, whether or not the number of firsts is accurate. And checking through the VODs, and about 10 months ago, I have stumbled onto the conclusion that, yes, your first count is accurate up to the point where I use the new system, using StreamerBot and Mix It Up. So it is accurate to the new system, but it is inaccurate to the old system, which was using Twitch integration and Twitch redeems, because that system did not actually count how many firsts you got in a row. That is a new implementation that happened with the new system of firsts, which is done independently of the Twitch API. So, according to the old system, in order to figure out the true accurate number of all the firsts that you've had over the course of the Bowenthius channel's existence, one would have to go through every single VOD and then count every single time you've gotten a first using the old Twitch system, and then combined it with the new StreamerBot unintegrated system. And that's how you get the true number, the true 100% accuracy number of how many firsts you've had. So, to answer your question, yes, but with an asterisk. But yes, I've been holding that one in the chamber since last Bowen's Day. But now you're here and I can expound upon the details and the inception of the first redeem, which is as laid thusly. Right. Yeah, I really do enjoy beautiful windows messing with my settings every time there's an update of some derelict description, which is why last week I decided to install, what's it called? Linux, in the form of the Backseating operating system, which is like a gaming-based sort of a side grade to the Steam OS, and the Steam OS is the thing that I actually wanted to get, but it hasn't been updated because the Steam machines aren't out, and those were delayed due to the global AI kerfuffle, which is currently eating up all of the computer hardware, so that's waiting. But I decided to stop waiting and just try out Linux, and it's been great, it's been fun, it's been fine. Backseating is a lovely system, and I use it for gaming whenever I have the occasion to game. And it's lovely to have a dual boot computer now. It's a lovely, lovely thing. Otherwise, what else has occurred? I decided to pivot from my gaming ventures to something else. Basically, before learning how to drive a car, I must first learn how to build a car. So, does that make sense? Made sense to me when I said it, but now that when I think about it, it seems to make less and less sense. My point is that before actually diving into the complications and details of actually making a game using the engine that I wanted to make, I'm going to first learn the tiny ins and outs of said engine and just make a bunch of small projects instead. And by small projects, I mean Just implementing cosmetics and models and seeing how that works, and just basically tinkering with the thing before I get into the nitty-gritty of it, which I feel is a better slow... I'm practicing patience. I'm trying to be a patient creature, so I'm trying to not immediately dive into something, see how woefully overwhelming it is and how woefully unprepared I am for it, and then immediately give up because it's too difficult. So instead I'm taking it slowly, steadily, and with small little steps, kind of like how I first started modeling. I didn't immediately dive into Blender 3D modeling. I started off with a Minecraft modding tool, and I made a tiny little chest, a treasure chest filled with beautiful doubloons and coins. Can you feel the heat of the sun? You can feel the sweat forming on the surface of my being. Oh. It is. The summer approaches. It is going to be here with us very soon, very quickly. Because time waits for no man, and it passes quite fastly. Speaking of time, I had the pleasure of hearing... I was rummaging through old files, and I heard a recording of myself from 2021, and it was delightful. The nostalgic lanes of Avenue are quite devious at times, but yes, I'm happy to say that I've improved vastly since those times, or at least I think so. You feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Yes. Work hours, but yes, the vacation will be soon upon you, I believe, so that's good. The daily bones are collected by Glorious Killshot. The stream is very much sponsored by the Killshot family. That's why I had multiple mentions. We got Mr. Killshot and Mrs. Killshot due to the various different donations going on, which I'm extremely thankful for. Thank you for going through the hassle of Ko-Fi and going through all the nitty-gritty just to make sure that your hard-earned money actually goes to me. It's a 100% cut, as opposed to certain other websites that I'm currently streaming from that give a less advantageous percentage. But we've gone over that whole story. Time Chan ain't waiting on me. It is not. The time to do things is now. The past does not matter. The future you cannot predict. So stick to the present and see what you can do now. So already excited for some time off. Yes, it will be a lovely time, I'm certain. Is it... Get to debut your new... Oh, that's lovely. I hope it works out and goes well for you. I'm sure it will go well for you. I'm assuming you're one of those people that is handcrafted the story in a beautiful and meticulous fashion, and you have prepared who you will be and what you will assume the form of, so I'm sure that the reception will be great. I mean, time can be whatever you want it to be. It could be Time Chan, it could be Time Kun. I used to be aware of what Chan and Kun and Sama and Sensei and all those things meant, and all those not even abbreviations. But I used to know what those meant. I have since forgotten it. My data banks have been emptied of that information and have instead been replaced by remembering the events of the Invincible comics in triplicate and in detail. So I did put a lot of time and effort into my characters, and and it is a lovely thing to do so, especially from the perspective of a player, where your character is well, it's not your whole world, but it is the conduit through which you experience the world and their various traumas and expressions of the self, which have a deeper meaning and give way to a deeper understanding of our own selves. The avenue of roleplay allows you to step out of the shell of your day-to-day life and the person that you are in reality, and allows you to assume the form of something else, which sheds the illusion that you are not in control of your life and your feelings and your sensations and all that. You all very much are. And roleplay allows us to experience other things, to pretend to be something else, which breaks the veil of the stone set rules that our ego tells us that this is who we are, and we can never change. And that is a lie. You can be who you want to be. It just takes a lot of work and effort. Anyway, starting with some philosophy, I say, yes! Oh yes, you just reminded me that I feel bad because I spend half an hour to an hour before the actual game starts yapping. And I have since corrected that problem with today's Bowenthius, which features a new category. I know it is an incredible boon, a new thing. It has been, how many months? 2-3 months or so since I started streaming this year. And for the first time, actually no, technically I did have special events when I debuted. But point is, new category, just chatting. I could just yap and just chat for however long I feel like it until I decide, you know what, that's enough yapping. I can actually finally get to the game. So that's what I'm doing. So thank you very much for being the segue that allowed me to mention that. Yes. That is what I want to do, and I wanted it to be categorized as thusly, because otherwise, having the category The Life and Suffering of Sir Brante, while it's just this screen and me yapping on unrelated topics, was false advertisement. So now it is advertised correctly, so now I can yap till my heart is content, my non-existent unbeating heart. They do. Dreams are a manifestation of our love and our wishes for the future. But instead of focusing on the future, we focus on the now. And if we focus on the now and do things in the now, the future will manifest itself to a way that we like. But yes. These are things that I very much like preaching about. Certainly like a priest. Thank you for collecting your bones of the daily variety. Today is the day where you collect your 43rd one, and it's an ulna. Isn't that nice? Isn't that fun how we're learning about bones? Bones. They're such a lovely and powerful thing that you can feel if you squeeze your appendages in the correct manner. Aha! You even collected a femur today, Rila. That's lovely. I'm glad that you've found the time to actually be here. Thank you for managing such a thing. I know that your schedule is extremely busy because you have full-time employment under your belt and various other things. What with the... What was it? Taekwondo? I am constantly second-guessing and gaslighting myself on things that people have said, names that people have, and so on and so forth. So if I do get things wrong, I do apologize. But that is, if I am allowed to share with you, a sensation that is nagging me and has been in the back of my mind for so many moons, where I am afraid to address people by their actual names. And it is something that the internet, weirdly enough, actually helps with, because we don't... Generally speaking, at least in the old ways, not the new ways, but in the old ways, we used to have online monikers and online identities and online usernames, if you will, that were not actually our real names, but are the names that we have chosen to represent us in the digital sphere. And I am much more comfortable to use those as representations of the self, rather than the names that were given to us at birth. I didn't have a name assigned to me at birth. I chose one. I made one up for myself. Well, I did yoink it off of one of the people that was made out of, but you know, potato. Point is, I claimed it as my own. Hey, Bo, never thought about this, but whose bones are these? That is a very good question, Odd Bloke. Those bones are... How do I explain this? So, when you become a sign-off Bowenthius, you sign up for Osteomancer classes, and every time you claim your your daily bones, it is you conjuring a bone out of nothingness using Osteomancer. So, they don't belong to anybody, you are just shaping and repurposing bone mass. Now, one could argue that you're just molding clay. Where did the original clay come from? Donations. Generous donations. Don't question it. Command is on cooldown. What if you broke the system? I mean... Nobody has ever attempted as such, so if you do manage to break it, that is just an excellent showcasing of things that I need to patch up, so do it. Let's see what happens. Nobody's ever tried that before, so we'll see what happens. Experiment, see, beyond. Show me things that I have not seen before. Show me what happens when you redeem daily, wait 5 minutes, and then try to redeem daily again, will it come up with an error? Will you get infinite dailies? Is that something that I'll need to patch for the next Wednesday? We will find out together! Ah, and hydration, that is an excellent thing. Thank you very much for the hydrate. I shall use it well. It was a bit slow, but I will hydrate in the name of Arto Skull YouTube Edition. Quick, before he patches the bug exploit, exactly, quick, go, see what things need to be patched out. Any bug you discover will be your freebie for the stream until the next stream. I'm really glad that my new schedule permits an entire week's worth of time to pass until the next stream, which gives me plenty of time to actually work on things, make thumbnails, and so on and so forth. Speaking of, I managed to make a brand new model from scratch. Wait, what? 'Tis been a very long time since such a thing has come out, me mateys. 'Tis been many moons. 'Tis been so long that I've forgotten how to do a pirate's voice, me hearties. The pirate has always been there, it's just that it's been a bit... that is a beautiful set of messages there, me hearty. Let me read them out for you. But let me catch up to your beautiful mateys first. Beautiful pirate indeed. Thank you very much for unlocking the soul of the 7 seas. Was that you redeeming daily after you redeemed daily? You did. But did that do anything? Let's see here, what do we got going on? You got the first from the O skull, and then you got the daily. Alright, okay, so what it does is it tell you what your daily bone is, but then it doesn't actually add any more daily bones to your daily bones. I believe that's how it works. Let's find out. Because the daily bone total for Killshot did not change. Right. Bowen is here to yap. He tells you that you're a piece of crap. He warns you not to fall into the trap. He treats you like a gentle shoulder tap. I've got shoulders for days. Every single... A thing that I used to have with the 2.0 bottle was that it was bothering me so much with the design, because every time I looked at a different design in ArtStation, I was like, oh, I can add that to the 2.0, I can add this. I have been forcefully trying to figure out how to change the shoulder design for my 3.0 to make it more modular and something that could actually allow my hands to not clip through the armor. And I just can't for the life of me think of something that's better than this design. I literally tried to think about it, but this is... I can't believe it, but I've actually reached something that I think is perfect, and I'm actually now scared to change my model now. I'm so satisfied with this that now I'm scared to change it. I love the pirate. It's a beautiful thing. I've missed it so... Now that I've gotten back into the groove of it, I've missed this so much. It's been a beautiful thing. It's been a beautiful thing, me mateys. Thank you for returning me to this world. Knock the dust off the beautiful hat, which I'll be needing to remodel into a different hat. I'll be keeping the eye patch because it's a beautiful thing. Oh, I just realized I didn't even think about this, but I put my beautiful Memento Mori bone crack on the same side that actually features me eye patch. So now it blocks out the scar. That wasn't even intentional. But now, there's an actual reason for me to have the eye patch, because it blocks out the scar on my face and makes me look a lot more put together than I was before the pirate era. That's beautiful. I didn't even think about that wombo combo. Things just go into place without me thinking about them. It's beautiful. I love it. It's beautiful. Aye, now let's see what your crazy comment is. Platin Midas, welcome in, by the way. Thank you for stopping by with your big old message. What's this? Fun fact, a butt, give or take 477 L, is an Old English volume measurement for wine barrels. I feel like I know this one. Also, the phrase sucking the monkey describes someone stealing liquids from barrels with a straw. So when somebody was stealing wine from a 477-litre barrel of wine, they were sucking the monkey from the butt. Aye, 'tis a beautiful fact of life. It is amazing when you consider and think about how many beautiful euphemisms and weird things were happening in the old centuries. when casks of wine barrels used to be more of a norm than they are now. He's not Bowenthius, it's Captain Bowenthius. 'Tis I, your captain, laid before you upon this beautiful sea vessel to give you the story of something. Aye. 'Tis a beautiful reawakening of an accent that I've been holding on most dormantly, but now it is had the time to be uncorked, much like a cask of wine. Tis beautiful, tis beautiful. Now, I've been focusing on the beautiful life of piracy for so long that now I've forgotten what to talk about. Beautiful books. I set myself out of a noble goal in my beautiful captain's den to read books. I used to not be quite of a fan of books, ironically enough, even though my whole point is that I love reading. Streaming has actually been a beautiful avenue for me to practice and improve upon my ability and comprehension to read. And as such, I have managed to read 3 books this year, and I'm quite proud of them. They're all self-help books, but still, books. Books all the same. One of them, I found an audiobook for one of them, and the audiobook is 12 hours long, to give you some perspective on how long the book itself is. So, it was a lovely milestone for me. I kind of set it as a New Year goal to read more, and I stumbled onto a random YouTube short. This is a very strange phenomenon that I've discovered over the course of my life, is that YouTube is simultaneously the worst and best place. Worst for many reasons, but best for me specifically. Did you know Elden Ring has a manga? It's quite comical. Ha! I did not actually know that, but I mean, it's going to have a lot of property soon. It has a game, a Fortnite adaptation of a game, and it's going to have a movie. I suppose it makes sense that it has a manga as well. I wonder what is in said manga. That is fascinating. Hold on, I need to see something. I have a lovely manga website. If I just Google Elden Ring, or at least I feel like Google, the era of Google is at an end, even though it was a great word to use in place of talking about just searching something up and looking something up. Let me see. Nope, nothing comes up. Oh well. Let's go. I haven't actually used Google, the search engine, in many years at this point. Elden Ring: The Road to the Erd Tree. Comicwalker.com. That's magical. It is real, and it has 2 chapters. Actually, no, lots of chapters. A lot of chapters, actually. Ooh, boy. Anyway, that's fun. I might look into it further. Bo's completely booked in terms of reading. Can't be all bangers. Oh, yes, you reminded me what I was talking about. YouTube, great for me personally, subjectively, because through random either shorts or YouTube recommendations back before the back before like 12 changes from the algorithm. So, your bone total before was 7, and now your bone total is still 7. So I believe the way it works, the way I've programmed it, now that I remember, is that if you do it daily, within 24 hours, it updates, it adds 1, but if you repeat it, it doesn't add anymore, it just tells you what your last one was. So, yes, you cannot break the system. It doesn't add any new ones, it puts the new ones on a 24-hour cooldown. It just tells you what your last one was. So there you go. We rediscovered, I remember now that's the way I programmed it, but we've rediscovered what happens when you try daily multiple times in a day. There you go. So, I made it so that it allows you to see which kind of bone you had, and so on and so forth. I'd like to imagine that the daily bones are basically just a bunch of silly putty that I give you guys to work with and practice your osteomancer on and shape into bones, and you manage to shape them into random bones, and then I explain to you what those bones actually are, like femurs and ulnas and so on and so forth. So, that's fun. But where does the original bone mass come from? Don't worry about it. And yes, Elden Ring is indeed getting a movie, and I am looking forward to it. Right, so YouTube. the original kick that I had for the books came from a YouTube short which just told me, hey, these are like, I've read a bunch of books and here's all the good ones that I recommend. And they recommended like 10 books. And out of those 10 books, I arbitrarily and randomly picked 5 based on the title and the... Yeah, just based on first impressions. So I picked 5 out of those 10. And now I have 5 books saved on my computer ready for reading, and out of those 5 books, I've read 3 of them, and one of them was absolutely inspiring, and I wouldn't go so far as to say life-changing, but it has given me a brand new and glorious perspective on life, which has made me a lot more philosophical. If you've noticed in the past few streams, I have been philosophically yapping a lot. I'm still not necessarily conflicted. I'm more so not conflicted about the philosophical implications of would you hug a bear in the forest? I'm still thinking about that bear hypothetical. I know it was a joke, Oblog, but it is a great avenue to express philosophical ideas through. But my problem is more so my reaction to it, because I knew you were joking, but I still went into it, and you were like, dude, it's okay. You don't need to go so deep into the topic. It was a joke. And simultaneously, yeah, but... I'm me, and I don't know whether or not I should have just let it go and just embraced the fact that it was a joke, or if I should have gone into the tangent. And I'm still mulling over which one was the correct thing to do, because other jokes have come and gone, and I've just accepted those as jokes and just move on. I didn't try to have a philosophical quip about what that says about you as a person, whether or not your expression... Your perception of love and happiness makes you inherently naive, meaning that you would, if you are filled with enough love and happiness, that means that you are also filled with innocence, which means that you are more likely than not willing to go hug a bear in the forest. Which is a logical fallacy that, again, the ego creates as a smokescreen to make you a lot less susceptible to becoming independent from it, because the ego loves to... keep you safe and happy and content and lazy, and you just does whatever it can to make that happen at the detriment to your own personal growth and well-being in the long term. In the short term, you're fine. Like, in the short term, it tells you, like, you did so much exercise today, you can take the day off tomorrow. It's fine. You're like, we have muscle cramps. It's pain. It's horrible. But that is just the ego trying to give you a very sound and logical argument that ultimately leaves you worse off for the long term. And I have recently discovered through my reading of the 3rd book that there is this phenomenon that some people, I personally dub it the ego, some people dub it the resistance, and then there's that little voice in your head that's constantly telling you, oh, you shouldn't exercise today, oh, indulge and go get a donut, oh, you've worked so hard, you like take the rest of the day off, take breaks and so on. And it's like, it's okay when there's balance, when you do actually take breaks and take care of your body and keep things in check and balanced. But the thing is that the ego, as I refer to it, loves to overcorrect. And it loves to, when it finds something that makes you happy, like chocolate or unhealthy habits and sitting down on your ass all day, it likes to go overboard with that, and it's constantly trying to whittle you into going into that. And I've discovered that it's a voice that you can 100% ignore. And instead of relying on the judgments of the ego, you rely on your own judgments, because you are separate from your mind, you are separate from your body. You are not your mind, your feelings, your body, all that stuff. You are not that. That is merely the vehicle through which you experience the world. You are what lies beyond all of those things. And is that God? Is that magical swirling energy that we are all a part of? I personally call it the spiral cosmic, because that sounds fun. I'm inventing a new religion here, stay with me. For some reason felt the need to explain like I messed up, so that's something. Exactly, see, that is exactly what I'm talking about. We all have our own perceptions. Like, from my perspective, I thought that I went overboard and that you were just making a funny and I didn't need to go that hard, that deep into it. And from your perspective, you thought that I took you so seriously and didn't even recognize it as a joke, so you felt the need to explain yourself like you messed up. And that is the perfect essence of humanity and perspective right there, is that we are all simply subject to what we see and how we perceive the world, such that to one person, the world is a beautiful place filled with love and opportunities and the ability to grow and create. To others, it is a horrible, barren, late-stage capitalist hellscape that is the cause of all suffering and is a horrible, tormented dungeon that we all have to somehow survive in, that is inherently built on decades of subservience and inequality and all that. And all of those are just perspective. The world is what it is. It just is. It isn't good. It isn't bad. It just is. Man, human brains are too stressed. Exactly. And that is a thing. That is a thought. Another thing that, like, every single time I think to myself, I think about a question, and I think about, like, why am I feeling this way? And my immediate reaction is, I don't know. So, to me saying to myself, I don't know why I feel this way, is an instant trigger, which tells me, no, I don't actually not know. I do know. I just have to get to the bottom of it. So, me immediately using the phrase, I don't know, sends me into, like, not necessarily a shock, but it immediately makes me throw away the I don't know and replace it with I do know, I just need to figure it out. And that has opened up so many doors and so many barriers have been lifted from just recontextualizing things because you genuinely do know. And everything that you think to yourself, oh, I can't be a lawyer, oh, I can't be a doctor, oh, yada, yada, yada. Like, those are just limitations that the brain puts on us. Can you be a doctor? Yes. Will it take so much time that it won't be worthwhile because by the time you reach your doctorate and become an official thing, it might take 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Is it something that you want to do? If so, then pursue it. But if not, then it's probably not worthwhile if you're pursuing it for less than noble intentions, like, oh, doctors are respected and get a lot of salary and yada yada. Being a nurse, from what I've heard, is a hell on its own. So, again, it's all a matter of perspective. But ultimately, I think the answer to most things is yes, but would the time that necessitates you actually being able to accomplish said thing, is that a worthwhile use of our time? Because we all have a limited amount of time on this world to exist, and it is best spent, like, in a balance, much like how Killshot says, everything in moderation. See, this is why I put just chatting, so I can now just talk about this freely and happily. And with each passing Bowenthius, I am becoming more and more open and excited for the idea of just having an entire stream be just chatting, where you guys throw problems at me and I philosophically muse on said problems for 4 hours. The time is approaching and it is coming. One thing that I have a personal pet peeve with is certain songs and or audio files that have dead silence in the beginning and the end of them. Which I just, like, that is one pet peeve, and the other pet peeve that I have is songs that just continue the melody, but the ending of the song is just the music just slowly fades out. And it doesn't actually have an end, it just slowly fades out the melody, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but to me that says that the person didn't figure out a way to end their song, so they just faded the song away. Of course, in certain circumstances that was actually the intent for certain songs, and that is, again, perfectly valid and understandable. It is a subjective thing. But I personally like it when songs end like on a big bombastic clash or on like a big note, and then it just ends and goes on to the next song. I don't like dead air in my music at the beginning, at the end. And that is a pet peeve, and that happened just now, so I might look into tweaking some songs. Every now and then I open up I've been listening to certain albums, and I'm constantly like both reliving old songs, but experiencing them as a part of an album that I haven't listened to, so I'm both extending my musical repertoire, and I'm also keeping in line with what I usually like, so I don't really go outside of my realm of comfort all that much. I can throw my problems at Bowen, you say? Here you go, Bowen, pay my bills. That is a physical problem, which So, paying your bills is something that you do out of a necessity because we live in a... Well, we don't live in a materialistic world, but we live among people, and people have built systems which use money in exchange for goods and services. And as such, we are a part of the system that facilitates and necessitates us having jobs and needing to pay bills and all those things. Of course, you can very much live off of the grid, and with a minimal amount of monetary investment, you can very much shake away those systems. It is possible, and it is doable. But is it something you want to do? Probably not. The systems of humanity and the society that we live in, for all of its faults and grievances, does offer a lot of comfort, a lot of safety, and a lot of things that a lot of people would probably not be able to live without for extended periods of time. The monkey paw immediately curls. You are correct. But this is actually a really good teaser of what you could expect me to do. I will 100% take everything seriously and will expound upon it from a philosophical standpoint of my own subjective perception of your problem. So... Gotta listen to albums in order for the transitions. Yeah, I remember ye old albums back in the day. Like, for example, Meteora and what was the other one? I forget. But the Linkin Park ones, all of the songs had intros and outros which led into the next song. And if you listen to those songs out of order, it sounds weird. But when you listen to those songs in accordance with the album positioning they were in, it sounds great because all of the songs blend into one another and so on and so forth. And it's a great feeling. But I feel like that is also another crutch of the olden times. And I can't really speak for modern albums and music, but I feel like that has been something that has been done away with, and now it's more about the hit singles. Were they better times? Again, another matter of perception. Like, I feel like they've been a lot more rose-tinted because back when we were younger, not only were things... Don't make me... You can rant about music. It is a perfectly free space, and I will read and indulge in your rant with my own perspective and things, but I think... just let me close off the money tangent with O'Skull really quickly before I get onto your tangent. I can pay your bills in a way that doesn't make me directly pay your bills, because that is a problem with society in large. I can more so provide you with a space that allows you to introspect and shed some old baggage, which will allow you to reach a higher level of potential, which with it will come more accolades and as such more money. So, I am, in a sense, paying your bills, if you look at it through the ladders and chains and steps that I just pointed out. So that is the TLDR to finish curling that monkey's paw. Anyway, on to the Iriella thing. I think the past in general, not just music itself, is mired in so many different contexts. Them being that you were younger and had less to think about, were less exposed to the horrors of the world, and had a lot less responsibility. Was the music good in the past? Yes. What happened in the background? Don't worry about it. That is a very quick way to respond to that, but I'm Bowenthius, and I am a 10-chapter novel when it could have been a memo email, because that is who I am. Anyway. So I will need to... Oh yeah, I could actually... Well... We'll see. I do need to BRB because there are certain aspects of my funny face that require constant maintenance, and the more I yap, the more that maintenance is required. I will extrapolate upon that at a later point in time. Point is, I will need to... I could probably... I don't... Like, one thing another pet peeve that I have about streamers is when they go BRB and just leave themselves a dead, just... unconscious form in the middle of the screen with the viewers just left hanging I do not appreciate that, and I try to do it as little as possible, as you've probably noticed for the past few streams. I haven't done it once! I have been yapping nonstop constantly, and the only breaks that I take, if you could call them breaks, is just getting my beautiful mug and consuming a glorious beverage from it. But yes, the maintenance will have to happen sooner rather than later, so I will probably leave you guys with the words on stream in a second. I think we all look for some nostalgia and music from the past. Yes, the music that we experienced in the past is still the very same music, but it invokes... That's what nostalgia is. It brings you back to an earlier time when you first experienced that thing. Like, for example, there was this song that I listened to... I have memories of this anyway, where I was a small creature, and I listened to it on the radio, but I forgot the song name. And I spent years and years trying to track it down, and eventually I managed to find it in a forum post, and that was something that was weighing on me, and felt like such a huge relief. But whenever I listen to that song now, I am reminded of those times, back when things were simpler, and so on and so forth. I found so many ye olden bands in recent years that I've never listened to, so I can't really have nostalgia for that time. That is also the case. There's so many ancient bands and ancient music from ancient times that... you do not have that exact same connection, because ultimately the feeling of nostalgia is something that we invoke upon the thing. It is just a material object that triggers our metaphorical, well, not metaphorical, but our feeling of it. Our feelings, chemicals, I don't know, there's something, alright, there's something we feel, but it triggers feelings. But to go to my point is that we look upon the past with beautiful rose-colored tinted glasses because we were more innocent back then. We had less responsibilities, and the music we listened to, the games we enjoyed, and the things that we did were all mired in that context. And nostalgia basically hijacks that and makes us feel like this was inherently better because I listened to it 10, 20 years ago when I was a wee bobby and had no responsibility and did not know about the horrors of Japan during World War II. What kind of feeling is Chemical X? It is the feeling of sugar, spice, and everything nice all being fused to somehow form sentient life. Something incomprehensible, but something that has inspired, through the manifestation of random objects, the expression of love itself. When used purely, Chemical X can create the Powerpuff Girls, but when used for evil and unclear and muddied means, it can create monsters. In the form of that guy, I remember that one episode from the Powerpuff Girls where it had that guy that hijacked Chemical X and drank it, and he became a giant monster thing. And that is honestly a manifestation of his inner loathing and his inner turmoil and his inner hatred. Children's cartoons had it right. And it takes generations upon decades upon generations for us to figure out their wisdom, the wisdom of the ages. Like the wisdom of Samurai Jack managing to disband an entire group of bandits in the time it takes a drop of water to go from the ceiling of the stalactite that it was upon, made out of solid ice, onto the floor. It was a beautiful scene, by the way. Love that show. Season 5 was a mistake and a joke, and I don't like it, but the other seasons of Samurai Jack, they were great. Anyway, I feel like I'm sneaking in my unresolved resentments in my comments because I'm yapping so quickly. I just go through, that's some good nostalgia. Absolutely. His sequel well, it's not really a sequel show, but it's made by the same guy, and it basically just allowed him to do more of what made Samurai Jack great in the form of Primal. The Primal series that follows a caveman and his pet / companion / teammate dinosaur. Is an amazing series, and I would 100% recommend giving that a gander as well, because it feels like it's everything that made Samurai Jack work and be good and great, but just given even more creative freedom. And that's what Primal is, in my opinion, so I would 100% heartily recommend it. I feel like Season 5 of Samurai Jack was what happened when you put executive meddling into the mix. I have no idea what the creative notion or what the purpose of it is. I know there's value in it. There's value in everything. You just need to have the perspective to see it. But I am struggling to figure out what the point of Samurai Jack Season 5 was. It had a great beginning, but then I feel like it just went from cliche after cliche, and it just didn't feel like it had anything to say. The Bowenthius arrives once more with all the power and fortune expected from our fortitude expected from our bony boy. Hello, Deltor. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. And it is true. It is the case. I am waxing poetic about many different things. Which reminds me to go back to the funny music topic. There are so many beautiful bands and songs that I felt like when I first got exposed to the beautiful sensation that was Linkin Park, I thought that was just a phase, Mom, that I was just going to grow out of and just move on to other things, but as time coalesces, it crystallizes, and I still listen to beautiful renditions of Linkin Park, but I've also been intermixed with, going back to my previous tangent, that is true. Like, they're still alive and well, and they have a new singer, and some of their new songs are great, and I enjoy those as well, and yeah. It's something that I thought it was going to grow out of, but it's just something that still tickles my non-existent brain in all the right ways. I still have them in my music, and I still have them in my playlist and so on. Some Linkin Park songs are in this very playlist, actually. They just haven't had the chance to come up for one reason or another, because there's not that many of them. There is the original rendition of Linkin Park, Faint, and also a remix that a guy made that I feel is really good, and also has Paper Cut. And I think those are the only two ones I probably should put in the end in there. I don't know. Anyway, Bowen's Chasm has great acoustics. It does. It is a giant cavern that I had numerous engineers work on to give me the perfect aesthetics that I wish, depending on the room you're in and so on and so forth. What am I looking at? Oh. I get sad when I listen to old Linkin Park. I mean, again, another perspective. It is sad to remember the story of what ultimately became of the lead singer, but ultimately that is but a chapter in the overall life and story of Linkin Park. So I listened to the songs done by him, and I am again reminded of the good feelings that I had and the nostalgia that I had, and I am like that is a thing that I'm fundamentally changing my perspective on, is the notion of grief and all that, where I am starting to truly believe the notion of don't be sad that it's over, be happy that it ended up happening. Like, the good feelings that were generated along the way are not fundamentally gone just with the passing of a thing. Same thing with pets. I have had, well, at least I have memories of these things. I have had many pets over the course of my life, and I very much remember them fondly and with love and the character growth they inspired in my life. They are not things that I say that, but I am willing up. So I guess maybe I am just talking about a coping mechanism here, but ultimately I am trying to put into notion the fact that they are things that have shaped who you are and will remain with you for the rest of your life, for as long as you remember them and the things that they did. And that is a way to not necessarily keep them immortal, but ultimately keep them alive for as long as you are alive. And once we're not alive, well, we don't know what happens after that, so it's as good of a guess as... your guess is as good as mine, but the point is that keep things in your heart while you yet live, and remember them fondly, and remember them for the things that they inspired, and for the passion and the positive emotions that they inspired, rather than the tumult, the grief, and the agony that we have to experience as a byproduct of love. Unfortunately, grief is the consequence of love, but it is something that passes while the love remains. And the love that you have for the things that have passed will remain with you for the rest of your days. If it was strong. Well, I will end it on for the rest of your days. Anyway, my problem with modern music is that the whole pop genre, which to me is a soulless money printing machine, sure, there's a ton of pure talent out there and some of the songs can be bangers, but I feel like that we listen to from the mainstream has become so homogenous compared to... Oh, right. Oh, God, my hand thing is overflowing with explosions. Hold on, I need to turn off the hands. They're overheating. Anyway, there's a ton of pure talent out there, then some of the songs can be bangers, but I feel like we listen to from mainstream has become so homogenous compared to how many different genres were mainstream at the time of the 90s and the 2000s. And this comes from what I've observed from plays in the radio and whatnot. That is a perfectly fair and valid perspective. I mean, there have been a lot of, well, ancient songs from the 90s and the 2000s that get replayed nowadays and so on. I'm unable to enjoy a YouTuber I watch since he sadly passed away. I just feel so sad trying to watch his videos. And that is perfectly fair. You have a lot of feelings for that individual, and you haven't been able to deal with the grief that comes with the fact that they have passed. Maybe it is the very notion that their content has taken a different meaning now that you know that they've passed. For example, it has been many moons since I last watched a Total Biscuit video and have experienced any content even closely, even remotely related to Total Biscuit. For those who don't know, John Total Biscuit Bain was a prolific YouTuber and reviewer that was very big in the 2010s, and then unfortunately he passed away due to cancer. And I have not gone back to watch any of his videos, but simultaneously I feel like I didn't... I was really, like, I think the most sad I've been back when he passed was for him. But... I think it was you who said it all, bloke. Human brains are weird. And it is difficult to put into words from my perspective, but I feel like if I actually know this isn't true. I watched the old renditions of him playing Secret Hitler with the gang. Cox, Krendor, Dex Bonus, what's her face, Dodger, Krendor, and the other guys that I do not remember. And I remember watching those, and those were fun. And I didn't feel like, oh, I can't expose myself to this content again. The man is no longer. And I don't really know how to express that in a way that doesn't sound like a dismissive and demeaning expression relating to your own feelings on the matter. Like, it is perfectly valid and fine to not feel like watching a YouTuber's videos anymore because said YouTuber has passed. But simultaneously, I feel like there is an underlying and what's the word? Unconfronted grief down there? Maybe? Feelings are weird. Anyway, going back to the musical thing. It is definitely a perspective, as is everything, but I haven't really exposed myself to mainstream music. The only mainstream thing that I exposed myself in recent times has been Eurovision. For the I skipped 25, but I got to hear about Eurovision 26, and I got to experience Eurovision 24, because in the year 2024, I was surrounded by a group of people that very much enjoyed Eurovision to the point where they organized a group watch-along where we got to watch, where we got to watch the final stream of Eurovision for that year live, and I very much loved the runner-up song of that from Croatia, the Rim Tim Tagidim, and that is a song from 2024, which I feel was an absolute excellent and great banger. So I very much feel like, in addition to that banger that I felt, which was very much one could describe as a modern pop song, in addition to that, Breaking Benjamin, Linkin Park, and I forgot the third guys, are all coming back and have all released songs as recent as a week ago that are very good. Let me see if I can remember. I think it was 3 Days Grace, the other one. I have it literally in my playlist. but I am currently struggling to find the correct tab. So I feel like the nostalgia for the past is something that is being hijacked by the fact that you didn't have as many responsibilities and you were more innocent, and those were really good feelings that nostalgia hijacks to tell you, oh, the past was great, the present sucks. The present sucks, man. Can we go back to the nostalgia zone? Can we go back to the Super Nintendos? Can we go back to 2004 where Half-Life 2 just came out? Where was I? Oh yes, playlists. Where are you? I have a private playlist on my YouTube channel that is titled Sharpened Edge. Let's see here. Yeah, it was 3 Days Grace. Yeah, 3 Days Grace released the song 9 months ago, which I think is a banger. And then you have Breaking Benjamin, which also released Awaken, which I think is another banger that released a year ago, and they released a new song last week or something of such. They've been slowly trickling out their album, Something Wicked, apparently, and so on and so forth. So, I think it very much depends on where you look. I have never believed that the public radio, or any radio for that matter, has been a great proponent for quality, because music is very much one of the most subjective and personal experiences out there, and one song that invokes incredible feelings of love and nostalgia and so on, are something that somebody else can completely skip by and just not even give it a second thought's worth of attention and so on. So it is very much a matter of perspective, and with that realization that I've had, I've started letting go of the resentments and negative stigmas. I say this while simultaneously dunking on Season 5 of Samurai Jack, so you can tell that I have a long way to go myself. I do practice what I preach, but simultaneously I also myself recognize that I have a very long way to go. But the point that I'd like to reach at some point in my life, this could take months, this could take years, this could take decades, but I am willing to walk the walk and talk the talk, is a point where I can just let go of every single one of them, even the subconscious ones, even the ones that I don't know I'm holding on to, but let go of all the resentments and dislike for the system, the money-oriented factors, the materialistic factors that make entertainment not as entertaining as it could be, executive meddling that just makes things worse for the bottom line, the horrible things in life, you know the ones, I don't need to spell them out directly, but let go of my resentment towards them, because I can't change those things, and if I can, it'll take a very, very long time. And again, going back to the topic of whether or not it's worthwhile to dedicate your life to changing those things. The point is, I need to let go of the resentments that I hold towards those systems, because regardless of whether or not I resent them or not, they will still exist. I'm just poisoning myself by holding on to this hatred and things that I have for them. They will continue to exist regardless of how I feel about them, so feeling badly about them is a literal waste of energy. So I let it go. I acknowledge that energy, I explain it, not necessarily justify it. Thank you very much for the follow, Bloodborne07. Welcome in, thank you for being a scion of Bowenthius. I'm your host, Bowenthius, and I love to yap philosophical, so if you enjoy that, feel free to stick around for more. But yes, that is ultimately the big revelation that I've had by virtue of reading my 3 books. I don't know whether or not I will go to reading the other 2 books, because I feel like at the second book, I feel like I stumbled onto gold, and I'm just gonna keep rereading the second book over and over, because again, that's the same book that had the 12-hour audiobook reformatting in it. It opened up so many perspectives and views that I previously did not have, because it was previously mired in emotion and feeling and thinking that those feelings and emotions, positive or negative, were me, and they are not. They're not. You're just the observer of those things, and you very well can't control them. So you can just shed the bad ones and keep the good ones, and just be a more overall happy human being. As a bone wizard, which is the product of a literal fight to the death, it is important to shed what we were in the past. I am very much a product of turmoil and tumult, and the desire for hatred to persevere and for conquest. And I, within me, as is within every single person, hold the capacity to choose happiness and to choose to let go of the hatred that defines me, and instead be at peace with who I was, so I can be who I am today in a better way. Point is, music in the past was good, music in the present is also good. You just have to find the right places. I found it in 2024's Eurovision and through YouTube recommendations. YouTube recommended to me, I have memories of this. I had fallen into a crippling depression of the mind many years and decades ago, and YouTube recommendations completely, like, randomly and with absolutely no... I have absolutely no clue. Maybe it was the algorithm at the time, but there was nothing in my YouTube history of the time that made it logical for YouTube to recommend to me the Insomnium album, Shadows of the Dying Sun. And from that day forward, I have had so much growth, and Insomnium is my favorite band of all time. And to this day, it is music that I very much hold dearly in my heart and listen to, as is evidenced by the literal song that is currently playing in your ear holes and the name of the song that is above my head. So, modern music can be good, and I found many new artists and bands that I adore. It's just the mainstream that annoys me. Oh yes! Mainstream has been something that I never took as something that will have anything of value for me, and as such I've completely ignored it and have stuck to my niches. I've stuck to my Linkin Parks and I've stuck to my YouTube recommendations. I have no earthly clue what the mainstream is nowadays, and I've been completely disconnected from mainstream modern music for many years. The only connections, like I said, were Eurovision, and that is it. I want my favorite artists to make a livable wage. Well, I want more alternate music to actually be mainstream and those bands to thrive and have lots of fans. I want my favorite artists to make a livable wage. That is a noble and good intention, but it is ultimately something that reaches into bigger problems that not only are outside of our capacity to do anything about in this lifetime, but are also things that just bog us down and keep us anchored. Ultimately, the world has lots and lots of problems. 99.75% of them are man-made, and we make those things out of our lesser selves, out of our ego, out of our limitations, out of our greed, out of fear. Especially fear is one of the strongest feelings that we can manifest into reality. I mean, just look into the current state of the world. But ultimately, those are temporary things, like I went into my earlier statement. Those are negative, they anchor us down, they keep us on the seabed. But when those are let go, and we hold on to the positive ones, we start to float, and we rise above, both metaphorically and physically. And that is another unfortunate aspect of the mind, that it convinces us to hold on to negative emotions and negative things because we are doing so out of a noble intent. Like, clear as day example right here. I want my favorite artists to make a livable wage. As such, I'm going to hold on to my resentments of the systems in power in the society that makes such a thing not very easy. There is an inherent unfairness to the society and the world that we have constructed for ourselves, and those are things that are well beyond our capacity and scope as individuals. And it is something that I've also had to struggle with and continue to struggle with, but it is something that I, as a single person. It is not something that I can fix. And if it is, it's something that I have to devote my life to fix. So, again, the argument of whether or not it's a worthwhile use of my life and my time. But point is, due to the fact that let's agree that I subjectively and personally do not feel like I can fix these things, I do not hold on to the resentments for the people that actively work towards making things worse, simply to feed their bottom line. Some people are consumed by the fear that they will be destitute, that they will be homeless, that all of their material possessions will one day be stolen or destroyed by natural means or unnatural burglaries and so on and so forth. And they're absolutely petrified. And that fear drives them to pass laws, to change the world, to be better able to defend themselves in a very selfish, ego-indulgent manner. And those people are extremely limited, and they, through their fear and their grasp on power, they mold the world to be worse off than it once was. But, simultaneously, there is a balance. There is a counterforce that makes it so that throughout the thousands upon thousands of years that humanity has existed in its sentient form, we have yet to destroy ourselves. In fact, there are people that have come very close to destroying the entire world in nuclear Armageddon, but life was chosen in the end, and here we are. Here we continue to be, with all of our 50 million billion problems, but yet we persevere, and yet there is a chance, and there is hope. And in that hope, I choose to continue. That was fun. I feel like that is a good opportunity to go into the game. Ultimately, to close out on the Iriella rant, I see where you're coming from. Those are valid feelings born out of noble intentions, but the problem is that our lovely little defensive built-in mechanism, the little voice in our head, is constantly telling us, oh, this resentment that you hold on to, it makes you feel good, doesn't it? You feel justified in your resentment. You feel like ultimately holding on to the bad makes you feel good because look at this injustice in the world. Look at this horrible thing that's happening. Hold on to that. Hold on to that. It makes us feel good in the moment. It's nice. Without giving into consideration the fact that holding on to such resentments that you can't realistically do anything about just drive you down deeper and further into territories where you cannot effectively escape your own comfort zone, and you are just anchored down by your own ego's desire to keep you happy, lazy, and safe. So, yes, it is a horrid thing for certain mechanisms of the mind to hijack good and noble intentions to further their own agenda, but that is not something that we are unfamiliar with as the human. It is something that we must become conscious of, something that we must recognize, and something that we must actively combat. That is the thing that I wake up with every day, the fact that it is always a struggle, always a battle, and you always need to expend energy. The only time where you're not actively expending energy is when you're asleep. Everything else is an effort. To some people, it becomes more natural and it becomes automatic. There's a really great analogy in My Hero Academia that I think of to this day, where you don't consciously think of the fact that you are pushing pedals on a car, that you are using the steering wheel to steer the car with your hands, that you are using your legs to hit the pedals to stop or accelerate the car, and that you are shifting gears using one of your hands on a manual car. You are not thinking about all these intricate individual aspects of driving a car. To you, it's just driving a car, and it has all of these subsets, and it becomes automatic. Such is the way of social activity. You don't think about having to set up the D&D campaign, having to think about each player individually and how they fit into the story, having to schedule the thing and organize it and have everybody show up and pick the venue and so on. All of those things are subsets of I want to play D&D. And it is something that you can make manifest into the world by sheer force of will. So, believe in the Bowenthius that believes in you. These injustices will all be resolved in the fullness of time, and if not, well, they will. Maybe not in your lifetime, but in somebody else's. I very much firmly believe that the human race will continue, and will keep continuing, in whatever form that makes. There was another book, All Tomorrows, that... Not LARPs, fantasizes? Imagines what humanity will look like tens of thousands of years from now. How they will evolve. It's basically evolution fantasy, where they showcase, oh, these humans lived out in space, so due to zero gravity, they didn't have any use for their legs, so their legs became very limp, and eventually stopped being a part of the human form, and their brains grew massive and giant, and they basically became these unrecognizable bubble alien people that have almost nothing visually cognizant of the species they originally came from. Same thing with a lot of species that are observed on the Earth itself. And it is a very humbling perspective, I suppose, that we are simply a small... not necessarily a blip, but we are a very tiny look into a super specific part of human existence and evolution that will pass by as quickly as it happened. Like, many of you have lived for many decades, and you will live for many decades more, and you probably remember decades ago how long your life felt back then, but now how it is decades later, and it still feels... It both feels like it's passing instantaneously, and it feels incredibly short. It is a very magical phenomenon in the way we experience time, so on and so forth. Right, let me give you a words on stream while I go and do a thing. I will yap about my new browser that I installed after we're back from break. Well, break, I say. What was it? Words on stream. Due to the new browser, I haven't had words on stream actually open, so I'll have to yap through the process of finding the website, logging into it, and in order to reduce the delay, we advise you turn the low latency mode on. I feel like I had low latency on already, but then I turned it off. I should probably fix that. Again, this due to the fact that it's a new browser, I haven't had the opportunity to look into things and so on and so forth. Also, I might be hearing myself instead. Oh, there we go, fixed it. Low latency mode. I guess I can turn that back on. Don't know what it does, but let's presume that that is a worthwhile endeavor. Right. Be right back. Enjoy words on stream in the meantime. Ah, and we are back. You guys haven't lost a single pep in your step from the yonder days when Words on Stream was a hourly necessity. I have no earthly clue what we're going to do with the current streak, but I suppose I will continue it at some other time, probably towards the end of the stream. But ultimately, the Words on Stream will continue because I'd feel bad if we as a team of Words on Streamers collectively beat a level and then we couldn't see how far we'd go naturally because the streamer has very few moments where we can go BRB and we can play the Words on Stream. I like to play my games until completion. I wouldn't do a run on Sulfur and then just quit halfway through and then have to start all over again. That is not satisfying to me, and as such, I will finish the Words on Stream at some point during this stream. But until that happens, let us reconfigure ourselves for the life and suffering of Sir Brante. Where are we? Who are we? We are stream settings. Edit the stream settings. I'm not actually going to edit the stream settings. I'm just gonna use the YouTube headline as a placeholder and just copy that over so we can have the life and suffering of Sir Bowenthius Brante. A thing I discovered last stream, as you well know since you were here, is that I was the only one streaming the category. I was the only one streaming the category, and as such, I basically, if anybody Googled that category on Twitch at the time, they would have only found me and me alone. And I, again, felt doubly conscious of my false advertisement because instead of actually playing the game, I was just yapping. So now I'm gonna actually do my job and set categories correctly. So without anything further ado, bada bing, bada boom, now we're over here, and we get to continue the story of the life and suffering of Sir Brante. Last time we left off, I managed to incite so much religious power that I am overthrowing the religion in favor of the new faith, which was the get-go from ever since I became a priest, because I like the new faith. And it is the thing that I believe the strongest about in said game, so we were continuing that path. I had... Oh, yes. A thing that I thought about over the course of last Bowenthius till this one is that I love this game and I love the story that it's pertaining, but simultaneously I cannot dismiss the weird, out-of-left-field romance scene that occurred between myself and Jenny, which I feel like would have been... The way I suggest fixing it is that they're like basically introducing a new mechanic where when you first meet somebody for the first time, instead of the story just progressing the way it wanted to progress, you instead get an actual opinion. Like, for example, oh, this is person X I'm meeting for the first time. The first impression I got off of them is that they're beautiful, gross, ugly, strict, and that basically colors what your it influences what your relationship will be with that person, so that way we can avoid, because, for example, I never even thought about Jenny as a love interest. She was just there. She kind of just existed as a less strict and less horrible, what was his name, Ulrich? Love scene with you and Jean-Pierre Polnareff. His hair kept bumping up against the tree, and I messed up his due, and he left me. It was not great. But yes, that feels like it would be a great way to circumvent the notion of getting random scenes that don't necessarily fit with the character archetype that you are making, but have to happen due to the limitations of how the game works in the engine and so on and so forth, which I hope will be addressed in the sequel, the life and suffering of... what was his name? I have plans on doing sequel. That is I love how I mentioned the sequel and then you mentioned the sequel shortly immediately afterwards. When I first started playing The Life and Suffering of Sir Brante, I didn't even know there was going to be a sequel. But ever since that time, it has gone through Kickstarter, has had the Kickstarter approved, and probably by the time I've had my fill of The Life and Suffering of Sir Brante, it will probably be out. So, will I play it? Most likely, yes. I do not believe it has a Steam page, and if it does, I cannot see it. Ah, there it is. Prince Geryon. It is coming soon. It only says it is coming soon. It has a trailer and everything, which I haven't seen. The Geryon the Inscrutable. Oh, they made a new UI and so on and so forth. That's fun. To answer your question, yes. I loved Subnautica 1, and I played it a lot back when it released, and now Subnautica 2 has come out, but I've had my fill of Subnautica 2, so I probably will take my sweet time with playing that. But to me, The Life and Suffering of Sir Brante it invokes the same feeling of awe and happiness that Subnautica 1 did when I first played it, so when the sequel comes out, I will most likely, no doubt, be playing it, especially since by the time I'm done with this, it'll probably be out. So my love for this series of game will be fresh. So I'll be happy to dip into the sequel immediately afterwards. But again, that is the future, and the future is uncertain. Who knows what I'll be thinking of? At the beginning of this year, I was hell-bent on building a game. Halfway through the year, now I'm hell-bent on going easy on the prospect of building a game, and instead working upon other aspects to ease into building a game, more of which you can see on Ko-Fi as I decided to finally make another one of those supporter-exclusive posts, which is available to the Killshot family, as they are my generous sponsors who keep the lights on. Thank you for that, by the way. Can I make I've never tried making a heart with these hands, but pretend that it's a heart. There you go. Anyway, game. Let's see what continues on. So, what was going on? I forget. Speaking of the future, what's the current year in the life and suffering of Sir Bowenthius Brante? It is the year 1144. 1144. That's a very unsafe key combination. But then again, maybe because it's so unsafe, maybe that makes it safer. I do not know. 1144. Fine year. 1144, yes. Soon, I'm sure that this game will take place in 20 years from now. I mean, by the rate we're going at this. Nani? Oh yeah, I forgot the game thing. I need to reselect because it doesn't give me audio. Because it's Doom. Oh. Now I realize what's happening. That wasn't audio coming from the game. I thought I accidentally triggered a cutscene. That is the classic thing that Steam always does, where it cycles through the pictures and trailers if you have a Steam page open, and it auto-plays with sound the trailer, regardless of what settings you have. It is a thing that has existed within Steam forever, and is a thing that continues to exist, and I have been jump-scared multiple times. Now I got to listen to the life and suffering of Prince Geryon in the background. I thought it was coming from the game, but at least that allowed me to fix the problem with the program game capture, so we're all set. Or is it? Don't know what has happened during the last year so far, because I wasn't here last time. That is an excellent point. Allow me to put you up to speed with what's been going on. I keep doing that because, okay. So, to tell you what's been going on, we have managed to incite a struggle for power. We have all but basically destroyed this guy's reputation, who was the previous patriarch. I know, it's so true. It's so true, it's so true. But I've basically managed to ruin this guy's reputation. I have caused a schism within the church, and I have increased the struggle for power and now my occupation has been maxed out. The tolerance of the faiths is so intolerant that now I am inciting religious riots because I have maxed out this. But as a consequence of maxing out my tolerance of the faiths, I have permanently destroyed the reputation of House Brante. We are disgraced. I have destroyed our reputation, and I can never recover from this. And that is perfectly what I wanted, because that means that this man's dreams will never come into fruition. I have destroyed the household's name, and as such, his dream of us becoming ennobled by the sword permanently will never happen. House Brante has been destroyed, and now I shall incite religious riots in the name of the new faith. It is beautiful. It is very beautiful. Oh yeah! And the other thing that happened is random sex scene with Jenny. That was... It just happened. It just randomly happened. And we went to the tree, and we boned, and then I told her that love was an illusion caused by the gods, and it wasn't real. And she's like, yeah, you're right, and then she fucked off. So, actually, last stream, a lot happened. A lot happened. So, we are overthrowing the current patriarch, we are inciting religious riots, we boned Jenny, and then told her fake news, and I have disgraced the House Brante. Everything is in shambles just the way I like it. Gregor, the biggest Richard in Bowen's life. Absolutely. Gregor Brante's dream has been stomped by my religious foot, never to be set ablaze again. No matter what this little punk will do, I've done irreversible damage to the household name, and I'm very happy with it. So yes, if you remember the stream before the stream, you weren't here, where I did the big oopsie towards the end of the stream, and I was so grief-stricken by my oopsie that I tried to save scum, and then I thought about replaying the entire game just to get to the point where I made the wrong choice and make the right choice. It turns out that the game is actually well built enough where I could still do the thing I wanted despite my mistakes, which is a really good allegory for life. You can still go to where you want to be and become a good person, regardless of all the horrible atrocities and mistakes you may make, as long as you acknowledge them, acknowledge the weight and consequences of them, and then never repeat those mistakes again. Which is why I'm also very, very... what's the word? Cautious when it comes to making choices now. Has the bowl cut issue been addressed? No! Actually, and funny you should mention that, because exactly during the sex scene with Jenny, I went back to the screen and I said, this is what Jenny is having sex with. This haircut. So, unfortunately, the bowl cut issue was addressed, but not in a way that resolves the bowl cut issue. But I am an aspired speaker, so, like, my theology and eloquence have been boosted, and I'm merely a young child of 26 years old. A very powerful young child. Oh yeah, and I died. Oh yeah, that was... I forgot about that. I love how I died was a footnote in this game. I suffered my third death because Tomas was going to get executed, and I smuggled him out of the country, and they caught me, and they killed me instead of him. So he got to go live his life scot-free, and I got to suffer a lesser death, and my third death because I decided to stick up for the guy. How appropriate of Bowen to bone someone. She most certainly felt the unmistakable flesh of Sir Bowenthius Brante, which unfortunately features 0 bones, which is what annoys me more about the bone euphemism. It's not so much that it's a euphemism for a crass thing, but more so the fact that it doesn't actually feature bones. We must amend this immediately. No. If you experience problems if you experience sensation for more than 4 hours in a row, contact your local authorities immediately. Anyway, video game. A Sinner's Confession. Dusk falls after a hot day. The city begins to cool down. The skies grow darker. The pillar begins to shine brighter on the horizon. The people of Anizote leave their homes to enjoy an evening stroll. Also, if you have more questions and aren't as caught up as I'd like you to be, feel free to ask them so I can catch you up even more. But I feel like I covered the main things. Died again because of Tomas. Boned Jenny and then told her it was all fake news. Will incite religious riots because I've managed to destabilize religion so much that the old faith is dying. Oh yeah, and destroyed Sir Gregor Richards' dream. Very... What's the word? Both notable, but I'm looking for a different word. Eventful, yes. Very eventful stream last time. But now it's all the more brighter with your return. Hello, your avatar is very cool and awesome, designed, and absolutely matches your voice. Hope you have a great day, have a lovely evening, and rest well afterwards. Thank you! Dear the Balkan, those are very kind words. I very much appreciate them. I am glad you feel that way. I feel that way as well. I designed this thing all by my lonesome, and I am very happy with how it turned out after many, many iterations. But thank you for your kind words. I hope you have a lovely rest of your week. Take care. Where were we? This is what you see today from the windows of your ascetic lodging at the Inquisition Ward. How many years has it been since you returned home? What have you achieved in this time? Good stuff. Every year, McGraw descends even deeper into chaos. The schism between the old faith and the new is tearing the church apart. Patriarch Cassius now openly opposes the Inquisition, and you are still not sure the report against the Patriarch was true. I'm a little agent of chaos, am I not? It's lovely what seeds of destruction I have sowed. Oh yeah, this is the thing. Alright, so what did I do? Branded by dishonor. The brand name is dragged through the dirt, never to recover. Hell yeah. The Latare ritual, you were there for that one. And that's it. On paper, those are all the things that I've done. But it feels like I've done so much more. Where were we? You are running out of precious time, but the truth is just as elusive as it was the day you came to Anizote. I feel like I've done everything I wanted to do in the time I had allotted to me, so... If a priest has questions, who can answer them? Who can guide those who offer guidance? That comes from within, my guy. You're literally a religious speaker. How have you not figured this out at this point in your career? That's okay. We all have growth to do. At age 26, you are merely a fledgling. You have so much more growth to experience. It is never the end, whether you're 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. I will say that the average lifespan, well, not the average lifespan, but around 80. Ah, thank you very much for the follow. It's very much appreciated. I love how, if it wasn't for the capitalization in your name, I was 100% going to pronounce Dia the Balkan as Death E Balkan. So I'm very glad that you put the capitalization there. Really helps out with readability. So thank you for that. Where were we? A thin book finds its way into your hands. Profound revelation. A collection of all known speeches by the elder, preserved in writing by Prophet Isatius. You open the book, and your eyes find the words once spoken by a living god. I know it's been a problem at first because when I first put it, Twitch doesn't let me capitalize it. Ah, yes. Naming conventions and whatnot are very tricky to pull off. I'll have you know my own name took me many a moon to solidify into the beauty that it is today, for it is Bowenthius the Bone Wizard's right. That's me, Bowenthius the Bone Wizard, by the way. To have such a title. But it took me a very long time to get to that title, but I'm very happy where I am. Which is... Again, I feel like Bowenthius the Bone Wizard would have been very long, so I just put it in Bowenthius. I did try to have my full name, which is Bowenthius Dijkstramore Transformed, kind of be abbreviated and shortened so I could have my full name with all of its initials, but that never took. So I just took the first name, and I've been running with it ever since. It's been very freeing to have a name you both like, appreciate, have come up with on your own. Well, I did take it, but point is, it is something that people have taken quite well to, and I'm very happy with that. Very regal, like, thank you. It was the title of an ancient scholar, let's say, a man tasked with keeping the knowledge, the archives of a great many magics, and it is a name that I yoinked after certain aspects of my inception were brought to light. Anyway. If you stick around, you'll eventually hear the whole Bowenthius backstory, but for now, I must tend to the game. I go off on tangents so much that I've made a whole new just chatting category at the beginning of stream to try to avoid doing that, so... Anyway. You open the book, and your eyes find the words once spoken by a living god. And the elder said, I and mine own brother did stand amidst the world, and together we revealed ourselves to them in the flesh, and we found them all besotted, and yet they thirsted not. And sorrow did fill our souls. For their hearts were blind, and they did not see that they enter this world as empty vessels. Let's spend the remaining hour trying to decipher what we just read. I and mine own brother did stand... So the guy... where is it? Do I have access to a portrait of the twins? I feel like I do not. I do not know where that could be. It is nowhere. Anyway. We revealed ourselves to them in the flesh, and we found them all besotted, and yet thirsted not. And yet they thirsted not, and sorrow did fill our souls, for their hearts were blind, and they did not see that they enter this world as empty vessels. Oh, I think this implies that the twins essentially give you your soul when you are birthed onto this world. As is in accordance with my own beliefs about the fact that we are not our bodies, our feelings, our thoughts, and so on and so forth. That is merely a vehicle through which we experience the world. So, I'm picking up what they're putting down. But now they are besotted. Should they reject the wine, they will beg for mercy, but they shall have none, and my brother shall judge them, and each shall obtain retribution in the full measure of his deeds. Willest I remain apart in my sorrow? As you meditate over this line, you suddenly hear some sort of commotion on the floor below. How strange! The Inquisition ward is supposed to be empty at this late hour. Oh no, we're being robbed by raccoons. You hurry down the stairs. There are several champions of faith dragging a chained man down the Inquisition dungeon. It is your younger brother. Oh, of course it is. Oh, Nathan, you silly bean. Nathan has been spending most of his time away from home lately. You are not sure when you saw him last. Can you even imagine what type of decisions led to somebody naming oneself Art O'Skull? I mean, probably somebody that has a vast quantity of respect for both the arts and skulls, because skulls in of themselves are pieces of art if seen from a certain perspective. I myself can attest to the fact that once upon a time I used to be bedazzled by the visage of a ram skull, to the point where my original head was a ram skull, before I decided that I wanted to be more in touch with my humanity, so I wanted to have more of a face that resembled the humans, and a ram skull is very far removed from a human face, so I reshaped certain features using Osteomancer to be what you see before you today. But originally, a ram skull was quite a fixation of mine, and was a expression of pure art in my eyes, so I can very much see where the name Art or Skull would originate from. But if you want to tell us your backstory, feel free to go ahead, and I will read it to you. I will read your own words back to you. That is what I do. Yours is a tapestry of beauty that I have eloquently posted upon the start screen and the ending screen of my stream configuration in the form of the fan art you did for me, which I cherish to this day. It is lovely, and I feel every time I see it, it bestows upon me the same feeling that I get from looking at one of my bionicles that I built myself over the course of months on my glass and in my glass enclosure. It just fills me with happiness. Like, this is art. This is art that took time and effort, and it was made out of love. And it instills me with joy every time I stare lovingly into the start screen when I'm beginning my trek through streaming. Anyway. His clothes are torn and tattered. Nathan, who is in the dungeon, his unwashed hair is tangled and stubble covers his face. He is brazenly drunk, unable to stand. Even from so far away, he reeks of vomit and urine, as is clearly the lot he was bequeathed upon. What was this guy's voice again? Inquisitor Bowen, I didn't think I'd find you here. My men caught this drunk by a temple. People told us he was cursing at the twins and pissing under their statues. We found him on his knees, in a puddle of his own filth. He must have been praying for their forgiveness, the fool. Even a child knows the younger never stays his hand. He's so drunk we couldn't even get his name out of him. I'd let him sleep it off before the interrogation, if I were you. You thank Captain for this? Okay. You thank the Captain for this information, but insist on interrogating the man right away. As you wish. The Night Watchman will be right here. Give us a shout if you need us. You know, See, this is, again, another thing about my own limitations that I am combating over the course of my existence. But my initial impression of David Agaronim was that he was a zealous old believer and somebody who would not budge, and would be an absolute menace to my plans and my schemes and my desire to bring forth the new faith of this universe into fruition. But he has been very much a consistent and reliable military man who does his duty above all else. And as such, he has been very reliable. I 100%, and this is my own failing and my own limitation, did not believe that he was going to do his job and actually protect the believers of the new faith because he is a zealous old believer. I was 100% in the mindset that he was going to go rogue and follow his beliefs rather than his job as essentially a religious peacekeeper and police, the constabulary, if you will. But to my surprise, he is doing his job and putting his job above his beliefs, which is very inspirational in a way. So, I'm very happy with David Agaronim. He's a good egg. In a sense. He is, again, very conservative in his beliefs, but ultimately he has served me well. Oh, this heat, it must be the thing from what's turning me red. And what? Oh, this heat, it must be the thing that's turning me red, and not the praise I receive from Bowen, which in turn causes me to blush. It is a very powerful entity that has the ability to blush without any skin and blood, which I believe, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that human anatomy states that the blushing is a result of blood coalescing in your cheeks and something of such. So, it is amazing that you are able to do that without any actual organs to do that, so... Very good. I am imagining you with that, like, little anime blush effect, which is very cute and very kawaii. I had a thought in between my dialogue for the past 2 minutes, but I forgot it now. Anyway... Oh, this is the sinner. Nathan sprawls on the floor, motionless. You hold a thin slab of silver in your hands and pray to the elder for a cure. Oh, right. My thought was that you were talking about your heat now and before, and I would 100% recommend to you a desk fan, because it is something that I have been using for years at this point, and it is something that it has become invaluable to my efforts. It kept my router stable when my router was bad and kept overheating, and now it keeps me stable when I'm overheating. Because of all of my epic dialogues and discussions. I'm blushing in spirit, okay? I mean, I'm not blushing. I'm not blushing for you, Baka. Something's happening. Exactly, something's happening in the game. See, this is the thing that I'm always... conflicted by. It's the fact that I myself don't actually have any organs or skin like a human does, but I experience all of the human phenomena, much like a human does if you are familiar with Soma, the game. I used to have a human brain, and that is enough to allow it to convince me that I'm experiencing all the sensations a normal human would, as long as I maintain the illusion and don't look in a mirror all so often. I feel like I have a nose, and my sight is making me think that I have 2 eyeballs and that I am seeing the nose from, but simultaneously I am aware of the fact that that is an illusion and just a sensation of impulses that my metaphorical brain is sending through, because being human is all I knew and all I still know, despite the way I look. So I feel like it. So my point was that I'm conflicted by the fact that I always express myself in human terms, like my blood's boiling and neck hurting and so on and so forth, even though I don't have a neck. But it's something that I'm constantly scared that people will correct me on with pedantry. Like, how can you blush? You don't have skin. And I ironically find myself doing the exact same thing to Oskull. Which is... like, you can just say I'm blushing in spirit, it's fine. And I could just leave it at that, but like, oh no, you don't have the proper capacity, it's stupid. See, we are what we project, that's what it is, it's projection. It's like, I'm afraid that people are gonna be pedantic about the fact that I technically don't have all of these human sensations and organs and things like that, but nobody has done that to me actually as of yet. That's just a fear that I hold, and it is something that I ought to let go, because it is yet another thing that just anchors me downwards. And we don't like that in this house. Anyway, look, something's happening in the game. You hold a thin slab of silver in your hands and pray to the elder for a cure. The silver melts into thin air. I feel like I shouldn't be using those so often, but I can be pedantic if I so choose. You very well can. It is something that we all have the capacity to do in the past, but it is not something that people appreciate very much. It is something that I've had to, or at least I have memories of it that I have grown up with, and it is not a fun personality to be around from my subjective experience. I could very well be wrong, but in my experience, it's like you're always walking on glass, to make sure that you're not going to be corrected over the most inane and not necessarily nonsensical, but the most, what's the word I'm looking for? The most inconsequential thing you could possibly imagine, but technically you were wrong, and technically some people stake their entire personality on technically being right, which is, again, in my experience, not something that is fun to surround yourself by. Anyway. You use one of your magic fairy cure thingies, and you whisk away the drunk with the power of God and anime. Your brother winces and squirms as if in pain, but soon grows quiet. His eyelids flutter open, his eyes are filled with animal terror. Hey Bowen, where am I? You tell him everything Captain Agaronim told you just now, then ask Nathan to explain what happened tonight. That is not a great portrait for our boy, but hey. He sits up, squeezing his knees to his chest. His voice is very quiet. He reeks of vomit and urine. He is probably squeezing. You know what, the less I think about it, the better. It'll be a long story, brother. You won't like it when you hear it, but I don't care. If it's you, I'll be honest. Please, good, be honest with me, because you're literally in jail, and it is my job to shock you in the balls until you tell me. I rejected the twins several years ago now. Their will and love and law mean nothing to me anymore. Our gods are merciless. Their law is brutal, ruthless. Their love is an abuse. Their will is tyrannical. Again, this is a valid perspective because it's guided by his feelings. He has received nothing in life, and he has gone down a negative downward spiral just a downward spiral, into believing that the world around him is evil and unjust and tyrannical. As such, his view of God, or gods, is skewed into an unloving, tyrannical dictatorship. And it's all a matter of perspective. But I will bring him back! I have the points to bring him back. What? You cannot help but glance around the interrogation room. Are you sure no one heard your brother's blasphemy? I couldn't live by the light of my birth like Asadius wants us to. I turned to the new faith and tried to find my own path to the twins, but it just showed me I don't hate my path, I hate the gods themselves. For those of you just tuning in, I've arbitrarily decided that Nathan Brante is doing his best Sonic the Hedgehog impression, because that is my view of him. I met a man once by the name of Father Mark. He was kind to me. He gave me the answers I needed. He guided me to the path I was looking for, a path away from the twins. Oh God, he's being an atheist. Mark teaches that the twins are nothing but absolute will, and that we're all going to be dissolved in the hereafter. Everything we are will be gone. I mean, that is how the real world works. But in your world, gods are real, and you literally greet them when you die because they give you extra lives. There's a bit of a different context here, Nathan. In my world, what you're believing is valid, but in your world, God is literally there. He makes us and stuff, you know? Mark says that the mortal world is the only place where we're free to reject the will of the twins and live a life of freedom. Only here we are free to struggle against their merciless law and the love they force on us. Only here in this world can people like me be themselves. I can very much see his point. Nathan cuts himself short. His eyes are filled with sorrow and disappointment. Mark never told us to pray or perform rituals. He told us to do everything we could to forget the twins exist. We need to set ourselves free from their will to be who we really are. I mean, I can see his point. And I believed him. I rejected the twins, and I found my freedom. I became one of Mark's favorite disciples. You can't even imagine how many important people follow him. Even Patriarch Cassius. Wait, what? He follows Mark's teachings too? Nathan Brante. I could have believed in the gods, but they were way too slow. They couldn't catch up with me. So that's what Cassius. Oh, that feels like he's doing it to plead his case, but he just dropped an absolute bombshell, and he isn't even recognizing it properly, probably, or realizing it. You cannot believe your ear holes. So that's why Cassius has been a bit flaky this entire time. Patriarch Cassius, he's been helping witches and people of other faiths and people like me. He gave us shelter to hide from your order of spies. He told us he was happy to help somebody, anybody, to be free from the twins. Oh, so I was wrong, actually. I thought that the reason why he helped that witch was because she was related to him, but it turns out that he helped that witch because he's just a good guy. Again, another misconception that I had, but technically it was a theory. But again, it was a theory that I believed in because of my misconception, so... Huh. Interesting. He told us he was happy to help anybody, anybody, to be free from the twins so we can live our lives as we see fit. If gods really exist, where are my chili dogs? They're the fuel that keeps me as fast as I am. Sonic the Hedgehog. But there's just one problem. Most of us don't know what to do with that freedom. You know, Bowen, I've drunk so much wine, I've eaten all the food no commoner is ever supposed to taste. I've made love to so many women and men. Oh, he really is a... What's the word? Dionysus. Dionysus. In my mind's eye, I picture Dionysus. I forgot what the word was... for just freedom. I keep forgetting it. It is the word that denotes freedom, indulgence, and to just do as one wishes. And I am completely blanking on it right now. Hedonism! That's it, hedonism! Haha, I have unblanked on the word hedonism. Hedonistic, thank you, Deltor, it is hedonism. He has very much given himself to hedonism. Yes, hedonism. I don't know why I picture in my mind Dionysus with a thong. Probably because that's what he appears. Actually, you know what? That's spoilers. Never mind. He appears as thus in my mind's eye. Hedomisms. He done many isms. The ism of I do what I want. Speed is my game. I don't even know any Sonic the Hedgehog quotes. You're too slow. Besides that one, of course. What else does he say? Probably thinking Yes. Yes, I was. Made love to so many women and men. I felt all the pleasures I could find, but I've never found peace. I was just trying to drown out the cacophony of fear and desperation in my soul. That is very introspective of you, Nathan. That is really good of you to figure out. I'm glad that you're coming to this epiphany behind bars when you're on your way to the torture chamber. He lets out a bitter chuckle and rolls up the sleeve of his shirt. There is a black circle around his forearm. Your brother has known a lesser death. I mean, I've known 3. Join the club, buddy. I've been drunk for days when that happened. I don't even know what killed me. Can you imagine? But that death woke me up. Ha! He got so hedonistically wasted that he died. And you know who gave him that second life? The gods he rejects. Well. He did that and you got brainwashed to sleep with the person you were antagonizing. That is true. Did I get... Are you referring to my night with Jenny? The twins are a fickle creation. They simultaneously... Oh yeah, I mean, I did declare that it was an illusion, but I did have a lot of choices. It was a test by the twins to show us fake love so we could properly devote ourselves to them instead of each other or something of such. But point being... I forget the point. Oh yes, maybe the twins are more involved with the inner machinations of every single individual life, more so than I would be comfortable with. They do seem to fiddle around with things and intervene from time to time. I mean, they do give me god powers and they do restore lives, but simultaneously I feel like if they were so persnickety as I'm setting them out to be, that they would see Nathan's rejection of the gods as a slight and they would smite him. And they have not done that. Instead, they have extended their love to him and have granted him a rebirth. So, one more death and this dude will be living half a life. He will, yes, because he'll only have 2 lives left, which means that he'll have half a life left. Hopefully he will not be thrown into a dystopian hellscape that has been invaded by interdimensional conquerors. But we will find out Nathan's story as we experience it through the eyes of Bowenthius Brante. So many gods in myth like to fiddle around. Zeus. Zeus is a lovely thing, isn't he? Right. When I appeared before the twins, I saw just how wrong I was, Mark. He took them away from me. What? Oh, when I appeared before the twins, I saw just how wrong I was. Mark, he took them away from me. He took the twins away. The freedom he gave me was just nothing, an endless waste of life. I'm already doomed to suffer, but I'm still not happy here in my worldly life. I mean, see, the thing is, you living a life of hedonism and being a drunken belligerent that is covered in his own urine and vomit is a thing that both consciously and subconsciously you have chosen to do. You can reject God and still aspire to great things. Mark and his teachings are not inherently wrong, even in the context of a world where God is real and there's 2 of him, one with a cute tummy and one without one. My point being is that those are all manifestations of your will and choices, Mr. Nathan the Brante Hedgehog. It's like saying that a life without God, if God wasn't real, is a worthless life. No, my guy, you just woke up from... Sir, this is a Wendy's and you just woke up from a drunken stupor. Calm down. I'm already doomed to suffer, but I'm still not happy here in my worldly life. Nathan points at his chest. He used to wear a symbol of the twins there. Then I started drinking again. I tried to reject it, everything I felt. That's when I went to the statues of the twins, screamed insults, asked them questions. Why can't I just accept them? Why can't they just accept me? Man and his fight with God, the folly. You can choose not to follow them, but they are probably real, or seem that way, at the very least. Yes, they are also products of our perception. I mean, it's what we experience when we die a lesser death, is it not? But of course, they didn't tell me anything. They never listen. They just speak their word. So his relationship with God and the world is that of hatred and resentment. One that he feels like he was entitled to be bequeathed the gifts of the earth without having to work for them. And the suffering that he has experienced has made him, instead of introspecting and realizing that he's suffering from within, instead projecting that suffering onto the gods in the world, and rejecting them as a consequence due to the fact that he is, I'm not the bad guy, I'm not wrong, it's the world that hates me. And that is self-destruction incarnate. And then I got down on my knees and begged them for forgiveness, even though I know they never ever forgive. Nathan looks at you again. Brother Mark's path wasn't mine after all, Bowen. But there are people, some people, who don't have a place in the world of the twins. Please, I'm begging you, have mercy on them. They're called the Lotless, and that was a branching path that I could have taken with Sophia, you silly goose. Please, I'm begging you, have mercy on them. They're already doomed in the hereafter. Please, let them live their mortal lives in peace. So, now he's begging me? This guy. Oh, wait, no, he's not begging me. He's begging the twins. Wait, no, he's begging me. Sorry. Let me reread that. Brother Mark's path wasn't mine after all, Bowen. But there are some people, who don't have a place in the world of the twins. Please, I'm begging you, have mercy on them. They're already doomed in the hereafter. Please, let them live their mortal lives in peace. Oh, he's saying that they're gonna go to hell anyway, so just let them live good lives on Earth. That's not what hell is, my guy. Oh, sick, I have all of these. Oh, sick, I can scheming him. The law of the younger knows no mercy, but you do. You let your brothers go. You will let your brother go. Judge Nathan and find him guilty. The law of the younger knows no mercy. Nathan and all who have turned away from the faith will be caught and they will be punished. Oh, there it is. You are a priest. By your lot, you must guide souls to the true path. Your brother must help the Inquisition. Arrest Father Mark. Oh. I don't know about that one, Chief, but let's see. Your eyes are fixed on your younger brother. This is it. The answer you have been waiting for all along. Have the twins finally heard your prayers? And what will they want you to do now? So, from a pragmatic standpoint, getting Mark means that we could potentially get dirt on Cassius, which will favor me for getting the new faith installed. So, that is the most logical thing that I could possibly do, and it allows me to admonish Nathan. So, yeah. Probably would have been very upset if I couldn't do this due to the lacking willpower, but I can, and I will, and I shall. He must be... No. Guide Nathan to the right path. This is literally what I was building my entire character to do. So do it I shall. You ask your brother to recall your conversation by the three in the family garden all those years ago. Huh. That's literally a line from my VGen voice acting demo slash promo. For some reason, I love saying, all those years ago. It's just a cool line. He asked you about the twins back then. Can Nathan remember what you told him? Yes, yes, I remember. The twins are always testing us, but they don't hate us. They came down to our world and taught us how to live, so their law contains their love. That's right. Without the twins, there is no life, neither in this earthly realm nor in the hereafter. Those who reject the gods die inside and can only eke out a pathetic existence. Quite the statement there. Quite the statement indeed. Father and Patriarch Cassius are dooming the very people they're supposed to be fighting to save. They have failed their lot and are now leading their flock to the foot of the pillar. But the twins have blessed Nathan with a revelation that can save people. The twins showed Nathan a path to them, and now they are giving him a chance to stop Mark and his perverse teachings. The twins want to save Mark's erring apostates and return... The twins want to save Mark's erring apostates and return them to the bosom of the true faith. Bosom. Nathan thinks deeply for a while, then answers, "This was your job, dude. You are going to help me put Cassius off the throne." "Very well, brother. If you promise not to punish these lost souls, but only offer them salvation, I am willing to aid you." I can do that. Wink. You ponder what to do about your brother. If Nathan stays until dawn, Ulrich will surely get his hands on him. Absolutely. You quickly walk upstairs. "What is it, Inquisitor?" "The prisoner has confessed his misdeeds and is ready to be punished for them." "Astonishing! I'm certain it was impossible to get anything out of that drunkard. What is his punishment?" "Hello, Ipakak Molotov. Thank you for stopping by. This game is criminally underrated." I honestly tend to agree. I think that it has a very solid and very well-written story. It doesn't do much in the way of actual games because, unfortunately, some game mechanics are kind of limiting, like with last stream, with how I had that random romance scene with Jenny, even though I had literally nothing to do with her, which I feel is a limitation of the game, but I feel like that, or at least I hope that will be addressed in the sequel. So, I think this is an excellent story, even with its imperfections and shortcomings. How great is it as a game? I think it does good by the standards of a video game because it gives you agency and it makes you feel like you are very much influencing the world. Is that a byproduct of the quality of this game or just simply a byproduct of the fact that it's a choose-your-own adventure? That is 100% up to your interpretation. Mine is yes. This is my first playthrough, yes. I am going to look away from the screen now, and I'm going to have Deltor be the judge. Never mind, Deltor doesn't need to be the judge. Okay, keep playing the game is amazing. Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm very much enjoying the story that this game is pushing. What is the punishment? You sentence your brother to the usual punishment for drunkenness, 7 days with an iron chain around the neck. He will endure his burden at the time that comes with it. To give you context on what I'm doing and what I'm going on about, I have completely disgraced and destroyed the reputation of House Brante, because Gregor Brante is not somebody I very much like or respect, and I am inciting religious riots, or at least I will, in the name of the new faith. And that is basically what my whole shtick is for my first and current playthrough of the game. Is I want to follow the new faith and see where that leads. And lots of tiny little different small things have happened here and there. Like I got trampled by horses and I died. And I got beaten to death by Grandpa Gregor and I died. And then I got shanked because I smuggled Thomas out of the country and I died. And that's basically the TLDR of my journey as Sir Bowenthius Brante so far. He endures this burden and the shame that comes with it. You accompany your brother out of the Inquisition ward by the grey light of dawn. Nathan walks slowly, the metal ball chained to his neck weighs him down. Soon the pain will make him scream. We are giving the man scoliosis as punishment for being a drunk. Oof. But this punishment is nothing compared to the crimes he has committed. So, Father Mark, listen, he's planning to go gather his supporters at the country mansion of a nobleman named El Gauthier. There are usually several guards at meetings like this, and they're ready to sound the alarm at the drop of a hat. They'll definitely notice a group of men, but a single person won't seem suspicious. The password to the meeting is Aylis. I'm gonna choose to pronounce that as Aylis. It's spelled A-Y-L-I-S. Aylis. I heard it's the name of a woman Mark used to love. Talk to him. I think you'll both have something to say to each other. Better go slow, because I have a yoke around my neck. I find it very funny and ironic that the guy who I'm basically doing my best Steve Urkel Sonic the Hedgehog impression is now literally tied down by ball and chain because he was a drunk. So he is very, very slow. Delightful. You ask Nathan why he decided to share this with you. You have something the twins don't have. And what is that? Mercy. Mark isn't a bad man. You'll see. You help me. Maybe you can help him too. You cannot promise that. Father Mark is an apostate and a renegade. A rogue, if you will. I see. The next morning, your brother's shame makes your family the talk of the town. It's a good thing I'm already disgraced. Stefan is livid, but the rest of the family just feels sorry for Nathan. Then, as noon approaches, Inquisitor Ulrich sends for you. He wants to see you right away. You meet at a chapel near the Inquisition ward. You are alone in the house of the twins. Oh, that is a very nice mural right there. Surely you are not expecting to conceal yesterday's incident from me. I have questioned the witnesses. Your brother's actions called for a much severer punishment. You allowed your feelings and family ties to outweigh your duty as a servant of the twins. This is unacceptable. Father Ulrich is right. You are ready to accept any punishment your mentor deems necessary, but first you have urgent news to deliver about Patriarch Cassius and his apostasy. Ulrich's eyes grow wide. You tell your mentor about Father Mark and his connection to the Patriarch. The Inquisitor nods in approval. Suddenly he's not gonna punish me so severely. Oh my. Ooh, I've recruited what? Nathan is recruited. The youngest child in the family and your only full sibling. He has the secretive, inept, and aloof. He has been secretive, inept, and aloof since he was a little boy. Started reading sacred texts at a very young age. Still hasn't found a place for himself in society. Recruited. You convinced your younger brother to betray Father Mark and his disciples. Hell yeah, I did. Very good. Your punishment can wait for now. Go find this Mark and take him to our dungeons. There's not much time left until the next sacred conclave. If Cassius is indeed a heretic, we must expose him before he is elected Patriarch again. Hell yeah! I can't believe this game. Like, so many people who I had... Well, I mean, Ulrich is still very much who I think he is, because he is who I think he is. But somehow... Through circumstances, even in Father Ulrich, I find an ally in these very niche specific circumstances. In this instance, we are allied. Which I found amazing. You can't disgrace me, I'm already in the toilet. You think reputation -1 has an effect on me? Oh, but look, I am a theologist. And I am soon to be a prophet. Oh no. Oh wait, no, I'm still ready for action. I still have the willpower. Oh, that's sick. I will be the Inquisitor. Oh, this game is all coming into being. See this exact feeling where I'm doing right by what I want to do in this game and the game is rewarding me for it. I am playing right by my beliefs and by my faith, and the game is giving me more points in that exact category, which is sending all of the good signals to my hypothetical brain. It really does instill you with a great sense of agency, which I cannot boast to feel in that many a game, but this is very much a really good example of it. So, I feel like I very much agree with Ipekak Molotov's statement from earlier. It is quite late at night. The cold air of the desert burns your skin. It probably is criminally underrated because it features a lot of reading and not a whole lot of people are willing to do that, myself included. The only reason why I get to experience this game is because I am using streaming as a vehicle to read more. It is a wombo combo where I get to stream, I get to use my voice because I'm a voice actor, and I get to read, which is something that I feel like I have been missing out on due to my previously established prejudices against reading. So I am striking many, many birds with a single bullet with my ventures as who I present myself before you today. Grandfather reminds me of the father from the show Succession. I am not familiar with that one, but I will take your word for it. The Renegade! It is quite late at night. With hundreds of choices in this game to make, I can imagine the replayability is probably just as impressive. I agree, which is why I am no longer fearful of the fact that once I'm finished with this game, I will have nothing to do, because once I'm finished with this game, I could just replay this game and make different choices which allow me to continue reading and seeing the game from a completely different perspective. So, already 30 hours into this game, and it's really good. But yes, I feel like it is very much flown under the radar for a lot of people because for all intents and purposes, the gameplay is you read and you click on things, which isn't particularly like Cookie Clicker has more gameplay to it, but it's not about that. It's about the immersion, it's about the story, and it's about your place in the story and how you interact and shape the story with your choices, which is, again, I feel like the gameplay that makes this exemplary is the feeling of agency that it instills upon you with the choices you make. So it is basically everything choices matter RPGs try to make, but then eventually just pigeonhole you into you're the bad guy and you're the good guy endings, which... there's no nuance to that. There's a lot of nuance in this. What's it? Succession. I feel like it's gonna... Oh, Succession TV series. Roy family is known for controlling the biggest media and entertainment company in the world. However, their world changes when their father steps down from the company. Oh... It's a visual novel, so gameplay is 0% like most visual novels. Yeah, that is... I feel like that is exactly why it's flown under the radar. I mean, I just finished watching The Boys today, so I am itching for a new series, so this seems like it'd be interesting. I've never seen The Succession before, but it seems like a fascinating premise, so I will perhaps give this a watch. Funnily enough, I feel like I've been extremely lucky with my experience of visual novels because they all get me to go through a lot of character and personal growth, and they give me a lot of value and epiphanies. The first ever visual novel I played was Doki Doki Literature Club, and I was a very limited and closed-minded creature back then, and the only reason why I even gave it a chance in the first place was because I was already watching somebody else play it, and I got invested in the story of the game through my experience of that playthrough, and I decided to pick it up on my own because it was free and I could just do it at my leisure with literally no attachments to it. It was the perfect first time experience. But I finished DDLC Plus earlier this year, great V, and I agree. DDLC Plus did a lot to patch certain holes, flesh out the story, and of course the biggest thing that it did was bring it to consoles. First, VN was Root Letter. Never heard of that one either. But to go to my point was that I was very much like, I hate reading, I hate visual novels. That is not something that has any appeal to me, especially ones with anime girls. And it was, like I said, I was a very close-minded individual back then, and I very much would never in a million years have imagined myself playing DDLC just on a whim or on a recommendation from others. I would have been very prejudiced because visual novel reading, anime girls, none of that appealed to me at all. But I got invested in it through that playthrough because of the plot of DDLC, and that got me to... Have you played Disco Elysium? Funnily enough, last Bowen's Day, we had that exact conversation. It was the first thing I ever streamed! So yes, I have played Disco Elysium. It was the first game I ever streamed because I've been streaming for about 2 years now, and the objective has very much remained the exact same, which is play games that make me read so that I can practice the vocal cords, so that I can make silly voices and read, and so that I get to experience things that I've missed out on, i.e. visual novels. Since Disco Elysium, I've played I Wanna Hug That Gator, Slay the Princess, and Life and Suffering of Sir Brand, which is literally right here. And also, I keep forgetting the name of it. I absolutely keep forgetting. I really need to put it in a category of its own. What the hell was... I keep forgetting what the name was, but it was the second game I played on this channel, and it was a lovely game. And I keep forgetting what it was called. Bah. Road Warden, that's it. Road Warden is another one of those choose your own adventures visual novel type deals, and it was also great. And I very much loved Road Warden. Keep forgetting the name of it. Road Warden. Great game. Great game. But yes, the objective remains the same, and I am still doing it 2 years later, and I'm very happy with it. The only thing that's changed is my confidence level and my visual representation. Because I dabble. I'm playing through Suikoden 1 Remastered. It's an old school JRPG that it could have used voice acting, but it has none. But the characters are great and might be worth a try if you're into JRPGs. Well, if you asked me that question many years ago, I probably would have said no, but now I'm probably open to it. What is it? There's a whole series on it. The creator has not created any. The Suikoden. I keep in my mind's eye. I keep pronouncing it Suikoden, but it's not Suikoden. It's Suikoden. That is fascinating. I mean, not much of a JRPG guy. Oh yes, that actually reminds me. You mentioning JRPGs. I did play a JRPG on stream. Felvidek. If you've heard of Felvidek, Felvidek is a lovely JRPG. Where it's set in 15th century Slovakia, and you embrace the role of an alcoholic knight named Pavol. So, I have experienced JRPGs. Not in the traditional form, but there is value in all genres. It is only up to the interpreter to see it. Anyway, back to The Renegade. It is quite late at night. The cold air of the desert burns your skin. You're accompanied by Jenny, Captain Anagon... In my desire to be speedy, I mess up the words. Nice, a drunk night, but I'm sure it's not on console. It probably is not. It is an indie game after all, but it is another one that I would wholeheartedly recommend. Overwhelmingly positive on Steam. Released 2 years ago to this day. Does it... I mean, full controller support, your Xbox controller, and also, as soon as the Steam machine becomes a thing, consoles, I feel, will be a thing of the past. At least that is my subjective hope. Because ultimately, what is a console but a gate-kept computer? And with the advent of Steam OS in the Steam machine, the gate will swing open, and the value proposition for a PlayStation will cease to exist. At least that is what I believe will happen in the not-so-distant future. That is my hope. What's the spelling of the game? That is the spelling of the game. You can see if it's something that you can play. I would recommend it. Anyway. You are accompanied by Jenny, Captain Agaronim, and the Champions of Faith. You are on your way to the El Gauthier estate. Father Mark will preach there tonight. Your plan is almost complete. There are only minor details left to discuss. The sting operation is in play. My squad and I will be right nearby. We'll rush to your aid if you need us. Be careful. We don't know what to expect of these renegades. Try to arrest Father Mark, but do not take any unnecessary risks. Inquisitor, you are heading into the enemy's lair to act as my weapon. When the time comes, smite the heretics mercilessly with the power of the winds. I'm glad that guy's on my side. You promptly don inconspicuous travel attire instead of your usual cassock. There are priests among Father Mark's followers, but it is best not to attract attention. You saddle up and ride towards the estate. The entrance is guarded by armed men. You give them the password and proceed to the courtyard. You see several dozen people in the house. The cavernous main hall is lit by flickering candlelight. You see many commoners and a few noblemen seated around the tables. You spot the armed guards by the windows and the doors. You take a seat in the corner. Oh, that guy. far from the large groups of people, and await the beginning of the sermon. A short, stout man steps onto a little pedestal. He is wearing the brown cassock of a clergyman, but without any symbols of the twins. The audience greets him with cheers. He responds with a charming smile and raises a hand, calling for silence. I have no idea. I mean, I do have an idea of what this guy's voice was, but I basically put that voice on to Father Leonard. So I need to come up with something new for this guy. I have come up with something new for this guy. Greetings to you all. I see some new faces among us. You came to this house because you can see no refuge because you can find no refuge elsewhere. You came because you have questions no one is willing to answer. Why are the laws of this world so cruel? Why is your life, regardless of your estate, full of torment? Why are the ways of this world so unjust? And I answer, ye shall know the tree by the fruits. The twin gods created this world with their will. The twin gods bestowed their law upon us. The twin gods filled the world with their love. But their creation is unendurable. There is no mercy in it, no joy, no kindness. If the world that gods created is so cruel, the only conclusion is that we have very cruel gods. See, that's the fun part. That is a misinterpretation of the world. The world is cruel because it has... The world is cruel because it has a hodgepodge of people that make the world cruel. It has a hodgepodge of people that make the world kind. The world is a mixed bag, and the world is how you perceive the world to be. So if you perceive the world as cruel, the gods are also cruel. But the thing is that the gods and the world are indifferent. They just are. They just exist. It is our vision, our choices, our perception, and all those things that shape the world. So... A disturbed murmur buzzes through the audience. What the twins do to us with their will, their law, and even their love is a violation. They take our lives away, subjecting our existence to their will. See, that's also not true, because if that were true, that got proven immediately in this chapter, because Nathan, if he rejected the twins when he died by being a drunk, he would have gotten no extra lives. But the twins just gave, like, the guy's a full heretic, but they gave him extra lives. Therefore, they are impartial. Therefore, they do not meddle as much as you think they do. Your suffering is your own. So decrees Bowenthius the Bone Wizard. That's me. I don't know, there's something giddy and enjoyable about me saying, "'Tis I, Bowenthius the Bone Wizard." It is a statement of acknowledgement that I am who I am, and that is me. That is something I did not take joy in the past, but now I have evolved. What the twins do to us with their will, their law, and even their love is a violation. Our happiness and joy is of no consequence to them, nor are our desires and hopes. All they require is servitude and unquestioning obedience. You'd have a field day with the game Pentiment. I feel like I've heard that one before. Hold on. Have I heard of that one before? I feel like I've heard of that one before. I have heard of that one before. I have heard of this one before. Is it in my wish list? I think somebody else recommended this one and I put it in my wish. No, I didn't. I just remember the box art. I will add it now to my wish list. Thank you for the recommendation. This game doesn't look like anything you've played in the past, as much we don't have information on whether or not you'd be interested in it. Cool. Step into a living world illustrated in a time when Europe is at a crossroads of great religious and political change. I feel like I've heard this one before. Why don't I remember? Whatever the case may be, that is on the wish list now. Cool. Anyway. Oh, right. I forgot Steam does its beautiful thing. And after we die, the inevitable awaits us. We will be dissolved into their boundless will, submitted to their absolute law, and drowned in their merciless love.
Our will shall be no more. In the hereafter there is no I, just they. We will cease to exist.
You're framing that like it's a bad thing. Individuality is a chalice one can drown themselves on. Remember balance, remember moderation. Remember the sage words of Killshot 8686.
So it makes no difference what we face after death, whatever the peak of the pillar or the foot. It is all the same, eternity, disillusion, and oblivion.
Thank you for the follow, Will Awake 420. Welcome to the Scions of Bowenthius. I'm Bowenthius.
But despair not, brothers and sisters. As long as we have our worldly life, we do not exist.
Wait, what? Oh, we do exist. Sorry, let me try that again.
But despair not, brothers and sisters. As long as we have our worldly life, we do exist. As long as we live, we can still discover ourselves and become what we want to be, not what they want us to be. So we must cast aside the twins and live our lives in the world without a second thought for our cruel gods. We're all doomed in the hereafter, hence we are free now.
This is just the new faith, except the full rejection of the gods. The new faith is rejecting the lots and accepting the gods. This guy is just rejecting everything. All that rejection isn't good for your health, buddy. Let me tell you, with my champions of faith.
I call upon ye to rebel. Without a spiritual rebellion, we will all become slaves to their will for the rest of our lives. We will miss out on the only chance to live beyond the bounds of their pitiless law, and our lives will be no different from the hereafter of the Oasis.
The listeners meet Mark's word with hushed awe. I can see why they believe him. His honeyed words offer freedom, but underneath that baseline freedom there hides an insidious malice which I will cleanse in holy fire.
But be aware that the path of deliverance is hard. Freedom is a burden.
That it is. That we can agree on.
And it can break the spirit of even the most stalwart and wise.
That's why people are so... That's why the phenomenon such as choice paralysis exists. Because you have so many different choices and things, you become extremely indecisive. Which is why people prefer when they only have to choose between 3 or 2, or like the less choice the better for the psyche, because it doesn't have to deliberate as much. But once you break that illusion, you realize that every moment of life is a constant set of hundreds upon thousands of choices, which we all choose whether consciously or not, that define our life. We are in a constant state of choice paralysis. Well, choice availability in flux, which, if we became conscious of it, would very much cause choice paralysis. But yes, it is much like what I say. Every day is a constant battle and a constant fight to resist the temptations of the ego and do what needs to be done for the benefit of the you that comes after. The you of tomorrow. Be the you of today that will benefit the you of tomorrow. Anyway. You think of Nathan lying on the dungeon floor.
Patriarch Cassius was our brother and followed our teachings. He protected those in need of salvation and freed those who could no longer bear the will of the gods. But Cassius embarked upon the path of rebellion in an attempt to become unlike unto a god himself. I thought Cassius to forsake the divine laws, but I love how much Cassius keeps ping-ponging. First, I thought he was doing something out of a familial tie. Then I thought he was doing something out of atheism. Now apparently he's being Homelander 2.0. I thought Cassius to forsake the divine laws, but what he heard was, make your own law. I taught him to save those who suffer from the will of the twins, but he heard, subject the world to your own will. Wow. Patriarch Cassius wants to defy the twins and forcibly liberate people of their oppression. His intention is to spread my teachings, turning them into a new prison for this world.
Well, I mean, isn't that ultimately what all religions devolve to, when people with less than noble intentions co-opt them for their selfish ends?
The teachings of all religions are still mired within the desire for peace, freedom, and salvation, but ultimately, errant minds have hijacked those noble goals and have devised many wicked and evil things in their name, which is very sad. But ultimately, it is human nature to imbibe in one's own limitations. I tried to make Cassius see reason, but a man who considered himself equal to the gods is deaf to the words of a mere mortal. I cannot stand against him, and I will not support him. This is the reason I am leaving Anizote and McGrath. Tonight we meet for the last time. Mark steps down. He is instantly surrounded by people. It is time to decide what to do next. Hell yeah! I get all the choices. Do I need willpower for any of these? No. Nathan will help you lure Mark out of the house. Mark will be allowed to leave McGrath in exchange for evidence against Cassius. There it is. That's what I'm doing. You will not arrest Mark. You must apprehend Father Mark by any means necessary. Nope. Nathan will help you lure Mark. Nope, none of that. Yep, there it is. Occupation, tolerance of the face, eloquy. Yep, there it is. There it is. I've been building up to that moment. There is exactly what I want to do. I will make a deal with Mark. Mark will be allowed to leave McGrath in exchange for evidence against Cassius. Hell yeah. Oh, see, this exact feeling, this feeling of agency where I'm actually doing right and the game is responding to me in kind. You patiently wait while everyone receives their admonition. Only when Mark is left alone do you approach the preacher. Good evening, young man. I don't think we've spoken before, though your face do seem somewhat familiar. I have encountered this guy before in a weird tangential thing that happened once. It is true. Could it be that he recognizes the features you share with your younger brother? Mark's eyebrows rise slightly, but he is still smiling. Ah, Inquisitor Bowen, you're Nathan's brother. Of course I remember you. My pupil Cassius has a very particular opinion on you. I presume you didn't come here alone, did you? So why am I not in chains yet? This man is very perceptive. This man is very perceptive. You respond with a direct offer. If Mark does not want to find himself in the Inquisition ward, he will help the Order bring Patriarch Cassius to justice. Mark ponders your ultimatum. And what do you then intend to do with me and my congregation? You reply that you are only interested in Patriarch Cassius at the moment. Father Mark will be allowed to leave McGrath and while away his empty life until the younger sends him to the foot of the pillar. Mark sips his wine and nods. See, you can have an understanding with somebody whose views you do not directly share. Cassius is going to commit sacrilege at the sacred conclave. He will defy the twins personally. The gods usually disregard the voices of mere mortals, but the voice of a patriarch during a sacrament might be just loud enough to reach the peak of the shining pillar. I'll give you the names of the priests who share his ideals. They will tell you more than I can. You carefully write down the names Mark lists, then alert the priests to the ambush laid for him outside. Father Mark and his followers leave the house through a secret passage they had prepared. You are tied up and left to wait for help. Champions of Faith arrive too late to stop Mark's followers from fleeing. Jenny finds you in the hall. I told you not to make any unnecessary risks. Where are the heretics? Where is Mark? Did you get any information? You tell her that you managed to overhear the names of several of Cassius's henchmen. Now that you know who they are, you will be able to extract the truth from about Cassius's deeds from them. Zhao nods. Captain, send your men after them. Maybe you can still catch a few of them. Get up, Bowen. Oh, there it is. Oh, wait, no, I already did that. I was like, look at this goal that I already achieved. Tolerance of the fates, +2. I'm doing my job way too well. Ah, and the Inquisition is dying. Sick. So I killed the Inquisition as well. I am destroying so many things. Get up, Bowen. We'll have to question the priests you listed tomorrow. This is our last chance to prove that Cassius is a renegade, and bring charges against him before the sacred conclave. Oh, I will be the great orator soon enough. Evidence against Cassius. Hell yeah. You now have irrefutable evidence of Cassius's apostasy, the key to bringing the Patriarch down. Now the question is, will the Inquisition being in turmoil mean that I won't be able to prosecute the guy? Oh. Time to cure my mother with the power of God. You convict the... Ah, there we go. I needed to have the Inquisition have high power. Collapse of the Inquisition. Oopsie daisies. But then again, tolerance of the... Yeah, we'll get to where we're going. Don't worry, life. We'll get to where we're going. Deathbed. Deafening silence fills your home. You are standing by Mother's bedside. So are Father, Gloria, and Nathan. I did this! I did this, Brante! Bowenthius! I did this. It is true. For an entire day, Mother has been feverish, barely conscious. Gloria never leaves her side, not even for a minute. Nathan has even stopped drinking so he can offer your sister his awkward help. Then again, now that kid can do poetry and become the world's first punk. She can, and it's all thanks to her brother. Half brother. Mother's health deteriorated greatly over the past year, and the fighting in the family home has dealt a great blow to her. She has been bedridden for a month. Ah, so if I had managed to keep the unity, to keep the... Maybe... we'll actually find out. Let's see. Let's not speculate before the story beats have happened. You have been to every doctor and folk healer, but no one can help her. They all tell you the same thing. Lady Lydia's life is in the hands of the twins now. If she passes away, she will not come back. And so you wait by Mother's bed in sorrow, hoping that she will regain consciousness. There is a long silence that no one has the courage to break. Then at last, you hear Nathan's meek voice. Mother, it's me, Nathan. Can you hear me? Mother suddenly rises on her elbows. She looks around, her eyes unseeing, beads of sweat forming on her pale forehead. My son, where are you? I should be taking this with more seriousness, but then again. Nathan takes Mother by her thin, emaciated hand. She leans closer to look at him, struggling to recognize his face. Stefan, were you playing with your younger brothers in the garden? Howdy, Bowen. How'd you been? Long time no see. Remember the, consume calcium for power, infinite power of calcium? I do remember to do that. Park, hello, welcome in. As you can see, we are still on the same game, because this story has been quite... I forgot the word again. Immersive, but I'm looking for a different word. Engaging, that's the word I'm looking for. This story has been incredibly engaging, and you're just in time to witness my mother on her deathbed. Haha! I hope you've been well. For those of you who require context, I simulcast on both Twitch and YouTube, and I have both chats opened. So, they appear above my head. Or do they? I will find out. In the fullness of time. Very slowly. Because delays. Yep, they do. Just very, very slowly. I don't know why, but they do. Anyway. You must be all dirty. Come here. You may not be my son, but I care for you as though you are my own. Ah. Oh, what a nice, happy family we have. A blessing from the twins. Oh, she's become senile and delusional. That is very sad. Nathan is unsure as to what to say. Father strokes his wife's hair. His eyes are two orbs of searing, indescribable pain. You're a little confused, Lydia. This is Nathan, and the children are all grown up now, remember? Mother's eyes were bright and alive just now, but the next moment they grow dim again. Her head falls weakly back onto the pillow. You're right, my husband. The children grew up, but I was never able to teach them how to live in peace with each other. I let you down, Robert. You made a mistake when you took me into your home. You saved my daughter from me. You saved my daughter and me from a life of poverty. And how did I repay you? Gloria cannot take it anymore. What are you saying, Mother? Don't you dare blame yourself. You did your best. You did all you could. Father looks away, unable to hold back the deluge of tears. Deluge is a lovely software. Mother's voice, so faint now, calls out to you. See, that is the thing. I feel like I immediately need to... I need to counteract the serious tone of this and undermine it with comedy. And that is a defensive mechanism that I will fully admit and cop out to. And Bowen, where is he? With great care, you move closer to Mother. You answer her quietly. You're here, right by her side. Bowen, I'm so happy to know you're here. I always knew greatness awaited you, ever since you were a little boy. What a shame I won't be there to see it. I couldn't save the Brante family. I will face my punishment and at my final judgment. The old lady speaks lies, said the mysterious egg. The mysterious egg. But don't worry, my dears, I am ready to stand before the twins. I don't have abs, but 4 minutes of planking sure does make me feel like I did. Lydia Brandt's voice trails off, no longer a voice, just a frail whisper of life. Will you accept your mother's death, or will you find a way to fight for her life? Nani? Wait, what? I have 3 choices. Accept the loss. Mother is not long for this world, and there is nothing you can do about it. That is clearly a lie. Choice number 2. Share your strength with Mother. You reinvigorate Mother so she can fight off her illness. I need willpower and unity for that. For the sake of Mother's recovery, you put an end to the quarrel that is tearing your family apart. You have to make Gloria a part of the Brand house, even if your name will be forever branded by dishonor. Oh, sick! Wait, what? Stefan, yep, there we go, okay. So, in an effort to avoid expediating even more willpower, I feel like I'm going to unite the family. That feels like the best choice here. For the sake of Mother's recovery, you put an end to the quarrel that is tearing your family apart. You have to make Gloria part of the Brand house, even if your name will be forever branded by dishonor. I mean, my name is already forever branded by dishonor. This is an easy choice for me. But simultaneously, will she... I knew there was a thing. Favored by the overseer. Nope. Heir of the family. Nope. Ennobled by... That is a very... That is a very... Well, I mean, the way I'm interpreting it, this is a really fun moral debate. Do you save your mother and let your family continue in turmoil and tumult? Or do you let your mother pass so that you may have a peaceful and united family front? Does one immediately sacrifice the other? Will choosing one forever doom the other? And can I have both cakes in my mouth? Which cake is more important? Ultimately, we are disgraced, but we have each other. So... This is See, this is why I play this game. It's choices like these. Well,
Let's unite the family. You refuse to accept this. Mother must not die. The Brante family must not fall apart. For years and years you have fought tooth and nail to keep this family united, working hard to resolve every quarrel. You never conspired against Stefan, and you never stabbed Gloria in the back. Now it is time to take family matters into your own hands. This family strife must end. You learn down? They meant to write lean, but they accidentally wrote learn. You lean down to Mother's ear and whisper. Spelling mistakes. Oh well. No, Mother has not failed anyone. She has always given her all to this family. She taught you well, and she took good care of you. She has nothing whatsoever to blame herself for. Your family is torn apart by quarrels, but you are still a family. Because of Mother, she has no right to abandon you in this darkest hour. With a great effort, Mother lifts her head slightly. She looks over the faces of her family huddled around her bed. Gloria with her arms folded on her chest in an unspoken prayer. Nathan pressing himself timidly against his sister. A faint, humble glimmer of hope appears in Mother's eyes. We are still a family. You stroke Mother's hair gently. Yes, we are. We are all Brants. We are a family, and as long as we remember that we are one, we will weather away any storm and overcome any strife. Times are changing, and the family must face these changes. But was it not Mother who taught us to face life with humility? So many choices, yet so little chaos. Not enough chaos in this world. We must balance this world with chaos. Let there be chaos to break the false order. Most sane chaos insurgency. I mean, that's basically what I am right now, because I am causing schisms and religious riots left and right. So, very much yes. Very much yes. But first I must deal with the religious schism in my own household. I feel like the Brante family is one of chaos incarnate, so the most chaotic thing to do to the Brante household is actually, ironically, to bring balance and order to it. So, by breaking everything here, I will be able to rebuild it with the super hottest glue available. Suddenly, there is a flurry of footsteps outside the door. To everyone's surprise, Stefan runs into Mother's bedroom, flustered. He has been gone for so long. Frightened, Gloria leaps from her seat and stands between him and Mother, but Stefan ignores her and walks straight to the bed.
Lydia, how are you? I hurried back home as soon as I could.
Your words and Stefan's sudden show of concern transform Mother, bringing her back to life before your very eyes. She sits up in bed. The color returns to her pallid cheeks.
Mother, you're not leaving us, brother. Your words are better than any medicine.
Because it's all a matter of the mind, baby.
Lydia! Bowen is right. I simply cannot abandon you like this. The twins only know what you'll get up to without me around.
You look back at your flustered family and address them fervently from the bottom of your heart. We nearly brought a terrible woe upon ourselves, you tell them. This is all the result of our strife, our mistrust and animosity. Hello, Lector, the game is going great. Howdy doodly. Hold on. Let's get the hands out for this one. Hello, Lector. Welcome in. Well, that's okay. It's here every Bowenthius. That's the funny little name that we gave it. So, you know, it's same Bowenthius time, same Bowenthius channel. Anyway, the thing is going great. Religious riots destroyed the family, bringing my mother back from the dead, died again. All the good stuff. It's all coming up Bowenthius, Lector. It's all coming up topsy-turvy. You stare first at Stefan, then at Gloria. They both remain silent, burning with shame. You say that this cannot continue. It is time for them to wise up and stop scheming against one another.
You think I wouldn't love to live in a calm, peaceful home? I'm just defending myself against Stefan's attempt to drive me out. He's the one who's obsessed with our family's reputation.
Ironic, because I destroyed it. Agitated Stefan interrupts her.
I will just listen to now, but I am here. Thank you for that. It is your time is very much appreciated.
I am very happy for all the people who choose to come to my streams, to chat, to lurk, and so on and so forth. It is a delightful time.
All I'm doing is trying to build a life for you. Oh, we can't legally accept you into our family just like that, don't you understand? The Brante family has to be ennobled by the sword. There's nothing more important than that.
No, there isn't. I will destroy you with the power of family, my guy.
But then Stefan glances at Mother, who returned from the brink a mere moment ago, and his voice trails off.
You ask your brother sternly, has he considered the price your family must pay to be ennobled by the sword? Is Stefan ready to sacrifice the family just to have it ennobled?
Brother, we are just a step away from fulfilling our grandfather's greatest mission.
No, we're not. I destroyed grandfather's greatest mission.
And now you want me to reject it?
You reply to your brother calmly. It is time for us all to decide what is most important, our family standing or our happiness. Stefan grows quiet as he ponders your words, but father suddenly interjects. I'm lurking and chatting while playing Graveyard's Keeper for a little bit before going to sleep, because tomorrow I have uni classes. Perfectly fair and valid. Thank you for the lurk, and I hope you have a fun time with Graveyard's Keeper, and that the classes of uni of the tomorrow are survivable. As I am sure and have no doubt that they will be. For yours is a strength showcased many a times in these annals.
And we will choose happiness, Stefan. I am the Brante Patriarch. I bear the responsibility for our family. And if the road to the sword will cost our family this much, then we must remain as we are.
Stefan is silent. His throat twitches now and then, as though he is trying to swallow something. Gloria and Nathan watch him, both hopeful. Your elder brother stands up and starts pacing around the room. He is literally fighting the symbiotic demonic possession of Gregor Brante in real time. You can watch him convulsing and trying to expel and exorcise the demon from his bosom. I wish him luck. The power of Gregor Brante is not to be underestimated. He beats children with canes. That is a man who doesn't afraid of anything. Except, I guess, his family being destroyed in disgrace. I can't wait to see what he says. I am really hoping I get to see his reaction to his life's work and his unlife's work crumbling before him. Your elder brother stands up and starts pacing around the room. His face convulses. He is on the verge of tears.
Father Bowen, I agree. I need to acknowledge that I have failed to fulfill grandfather's mission. Well, so be it.
See? That wasn't so hard. That failure is not the end of the world. Life continues.
Perhaps future generations of Brantes will be ennobled by the sword, but right now our duty is to preserve this family. Gloria, for the sake of our entire family, you must become a Brante once and for all.
Gloria's mouth is agape. She cannot believe her ears. I cannot believe what I'm reading. You reach over, but then again, you must believe that even the worst of us can change. There is hope for every one of us, and everyone that you deem the worst possible cretin upon the earth can be redeemed. Maybe not in this life, but perhaps in the next. Anyway. You reach over and give her the smallest push. Ever so slowly, she walks towards Stefan and bows.
Stefan, I'd never dreamed it. I'll never forget this.
Father opens up his arms wide for Gloria. This honor does not frighten me. Gossip does not frighten me. Yes, exercise those demons, boy. Exercise them. This is a group therapy session.
Come to me, my daughter. Gloria Brante.
Gloria falls on her adoptive father's shoulder, racked by silent tears.
Father. You join their embrace. Gloria squeezes your hand in hers, your sister's eyes glimmering with joy and gratitude. She looks away to catch Stefan's gaze. See, this game gives you such a brilliant lesson in the fact that if you do right by people and don't do persnickety, selfish, and evil things, eventually all the Jenga blocks will come into place. You just have to do your best. This is beautiful. I love this story. I wish I could put into words what this game is trying to put forth as a prospect that I 100% agree with. Morally, philosophically, and all those other things. Hopefully throughout your journey with me, you have come to the same conclusions. You join their embrace. Gloria squeezes your hand in hers, your sister's eyes glimmering with joy and gratitude. She looks away to catch Stefan's gaze. He smiles at his sister with a mixture of grief and happiness. Your family stands together, embracing over your mother, who is too happy to speak. Your family is united at last. At home. The illegitimate daughter of your mother Lydia is at home. Your sister was adopted by your father and is now a Brante. Days pass, and Mother's condition continues to improve. The illness that once seemed so intractable slowly releases her from its clutches. And the enmity between Stefan and Gloria, the strife that has poisoned the family, is now finally gone. What? No rivalry between the bloodline? What is the meaning of life without pain and suffering? Trouble is what brings meaning to life, said Jake the dog. Huh. I mean, pain and suffering is an inherent fact of this life, but it doesn't necessarily need to come from rivalry between the bloodline. Trouble is indeed what brings meaning to life, because we are all subjects to our problems and our issues, whether or not we recognize said problems or not. And that is how it is for the remainder of our days. So believes me I is the Bowenthius do. Your elder brother will remain a member of the Brante family. Finally. He calmed down. I can't believe I did it. See, again, another prejudice that this game reveals to me that I have is that I wrote this guy off and didn't believe that he was capable of changing for the better, but here he is, changing for the better. Always believe that people can be better than what they show themselves to be in front of you. Aha! I did not reach the harmony I sought. Hell yeah, I gained willpower. Sick. Oh. Help Mother recover from her illness. Mother has recovered! Mother finds the strength to recover from a grave illness. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Haha! Find a way to bring your family together. Family at peace. Event has happened. Hell yeah. You find a way to unite the Brante family and end all the strife at home. Wouldn't that mean that we'd be harmonious? I guess the harmony doesn't matter. We are at peace! Gloria of House Brante. Oh, that's adorable. Look, oh, she has a cool portrait now. The event is a consequence of your previous actions. Gloria of House Brante. Hell yeah. Gloria of House Brante. Beautiful. Beautiful. My destiny. Oh, look at that. So many familial things happen. Mother recovers, branded by dishonor, family at peace. Hell yeah. The sitting room is brightly illuminated by dozens of candles. Today, the tapestry bearing the Brante family crest, an oak branch wrapped in chains, hangs above the fireplace. The petitions have been granted, and the paperwork is ready. Today, Gloria will join the Brante family and become your father's lawful daughter. Gloria is standing by the fireplace. Oh, look at her. I have depunked her with a single click of a button. Or maybe several, depending on your perception of things. Clothed in a modest black dress, quite unlike her usual trousers and men's jacket. Even her hair is braided today. For the sake of this momentous occasion, she is behaving as reservedly as she can, though she often glances at you with gratitude. Father steps forward solemnly and makes a speech as the family watches in profound silence. Come closer, Gloria, and become a member. Come closer, Gloria, and become a branch of the family Brante tree. Brante tree? I messed that up. Be a part of this family, woman. There we go, that's what he said. Gloria kneels humbly before the man she has called Sir Robert all her life. He holds his hand in front of her face as the ceremony demands. I'm glad he hasn't pawned off that ring yet. From this day forth, you shall be a full member of this family, your fate now bound by ours. Wear your name with honor, and may the Brante family prosper with you. Gloria leaves a filial kiss on the fingers of his outstretched hand. Now rise, Gloria Brante! Slowly, gracefully, confidently, Gloria rises to her feet. From the first time since childhood, she looks and seems like your older sister. With a smile, Father at last remembers his adopted daughter as a parent. Gloria warmly responds to his embrace, then hurries to you. Bowen, we're legally brother and sister now. I owe it all to you. I swear I'll never forget what you've done for me. I promise I'll become more careful from now on. I'll only do what's best for the family whose name I bear. This, again, is another beautiful lesson in just, regardless of what they do, even if they're bad, even if they're mean, just do a good deed for them. Even if nothing comes of it, just do well by others. Spread love onto this world. Okay. 1 second, I need to go BRB. I think somebody just landed in the cave. Well, we can go back to the words on stream for a second. Hold on. Apologies for that. I had to go and check on something, and then I realized that I also did actually need a break. So that was a really good coinciding of things, and we managed to make it to level 5. I believe that was the same game. Again, I was away, so I didn't see whether or not that was a new level, but I'm going to assume that we made it to level 5, and then that was where we reached our conclusion for today's impromptu Words on Stream sessions. Right. Where were we? We are here. We are ready. We are delighted. She is very happy, and again, oh yes, my train of thought was, this is a very lovely showing of how if you just recognize doing deeds because they, how do I describe it? It's a phenomenon that this game has managed to put into action quite effectively, and it is the notion that do things to better yourself, not at the cost of others, and people will naturally be gravitated towards the better, in whatever form that may manifest. Like status, symbol, reputation, all that garbage, it isn't a source of happiness, it is a fickle thing. And ultimately, I'm glad that this family has finally recognized that. And yes, do things not so... Yeah, I'm scatterbrained, unfortunately. I have been put into a position where I am now distracted by something. But that's okay. We will continue. Gloria Brante, now a part of the Brante household. Glad to have you. Also, she's sympathetic towards me, huh? See, that's the thing. That is another thing that this game exemplifies quite well. Don't do it for this. Do it because it's the right thing and because it's just spreading love to the world. Be the counterforce to balance the world against the evils of selfish man. You answer her without hesitation. Gloria has always been your family. All you did was to make it official. All you did was make it official. Your sister squeezes your hand and excitement. This is her day. The day she has been waiting for all her life. Really? Oh no! -10 reputation? Oh no! Whatever shall I do? What a shame. I'm actually very curious about where my reputation would be if it counted negative numbers. I think I'd be at -11 right now, which is exactly where Gregor Brante deserves this family to be. Reap what you sow. See, this is actually, again, a perfect example. He wanted, with all his desperation and all of his fervor, the status of being ennobled by the sword, which created a counterforce that existed solely to do everything against his wishes, and that created a very loving and just morally in line with God person that completely destroyed any and all hope he had of ever achieving his goals. Do unto others what you wish to be done unto yourself, and it shall be. But do not do it with the expectation that that will happen, just do it for the sake of doing it. Good is inherently done just for the sake of it. It is not good to do something with the expectation of being rewarded for your efforts. That is not good. That is doing something with expectations. Expectations bad. Make Gloria a recognized member of the Brante family. Gloria Brante. Hell yeah. And becomes a full-fledged Brante. We have a last name. Good for us. Thomas's wedding. Who the... Oh, yeah. I was like, Thomas's wedding? Who the hell is Thomas? And see, another good thing. I died smuggling this guy out of potential death. And here's my reward. I got invited to his wedding. Yay! Will I ever get back the third death? No, but I think it was worth it. The event is a consequence of your previous actions. Thomas's wedding. Hell yeah. This is a day you remember well. It began with a loud, impatient knock at the door. You are surprised to see Thomas paying a visit to your home. There is joy on his face as your old friend shakes your hand. Brante! It's been a while since I saw you last. I just got back into the city. I visited my folks, then ran straight here. Otton finally stopped hounding me. I sure hope that whole mess is over for good. I hope it is. You invite your friend over, but he gestures for you to wait, a sly smile upon his faceulum. I am hungry right now, buddy. So much to do, so little time. I'll explain. I just got back from Sulmina. There was this girl in the village, a shopkeeper named Mire. She gave me shelter, and I ended up falling head over heels in love with her. You congratulate your friend and pat him on the shoulder with joy. He laughs happily. I'm glad he's found happiness. In the form of another person. My poor ma and pa, all their life they'd hoped I'd marry a noblewoman. I used to hope for that too when I was young, but now I know some things matter more than noble titles. Mire's about to be my wife. You offer Thomas words of congratulation, but he suddenly grows serious. Otton's left me alone, but Mire and I will still be better off far away from Anisote. I wasn't happy serving in the Legion anyway. I thought the nobleman's lot would set me free from suffering and do the same for my descendants. But it just ain't that simple. I was less free than ever. Oh, I love this game. I love this game. They spell it out for you, but some people need it to be spelled out for them. I needed it to be spelled out for me. So, whatever works. If this opens your mind's eye, then this is an excellent game. I just cannot believe that I have been holding myself back from the genre of visual novels. They are such an incredible method of storytelling and growth, and they just enrich the soul. They really do. At least all the ones that I've played. Maybe I've just been banging hit after hit after hit. They're all amazing. I love them. They all have such poignant and important things to say. And I'm glad that I opened an earlobe to hear them. Metaphorically speaking. I'll be better off as a commoner again, earning my living wage by the sweat of my brow. A farmstead might not be an estate, but the high and mighty won't ever set their sights on me again. I'll live my life in peace, just like I wanted. Good for you, man. Good for you. I am glad I got that ring as Lector, suggested. Bear witness to their wedding vows. Sick. Ho ho! As a priest, you shall conduct Thomas's wedding ceremony yourself. You and Thomas have come a long way together, and now you will see him off to a new life. I mean, yes. Wait, what? You have done all you could for your friend. It is time for you... What? No! I've just got one last request for you, though, Bowen. You've done so much for you, but I'd be honored if you'd be a witness to my wedding vows before the twins. As a priest, you shall conduct the wedding ceremony myself. I mean, that is also witnessing it, so yes, I'll do that. I'm a priest. Your hand comes to rest on Thomas's shoulder. You are a priest yourself, perfectly capable of conducting the wedding ceremony. It would be an honor. Will Thomas agree? Thomas glows with joy. I was afraid to ask, Bowen. Now my best friend's gonna marry me to the love of my life. How about that? I gotta go get ready. Aw, that's so sweet. Several days later, You follow your childhood friend to the smallish temple nestled on the edge of the Brass district. He is wearing a plain white shirt. Needless luxuries are forbidden at the austere wedding ritual. You are both welcomed by the bride, a blonde-haired young woman, innocence and hospitality written across her trusting face. The bride's parents stand further away, two aging villagers eyeing the streets of the big city with suspicion. Goodbye, friend, I'll see you later. Buries my friend while keeping the secret buried. Oh, that would have been hilarious if that happened. Mire, meet Father Bowen Brante, my best friend ever since we were lads. He's gonna marry us before the twins. The bride greets you with a humble bow. The three of you step outside the temple. You close the doors behind you. Tradition demands no one else be allowed to attend the sacred wedding ritual. I love this game. It's just so good. A life well lived. A wife soon to be. Not Jenny, though. Thomas and Mire kneel before the altar. This is the first time you have performed the wedding ceremony, but you know the ritual well. You must summon the twins to oversee the sacred union of this couple. And so you call forth, O twins, elder and younger, behold these two as they kneel before you. They beseech you to join them in eternal wedlock. The candle flames dance and quiver. You hear a strange murmur in the temple. The darkness beneath the vault of the temple ceiling swirls into two colossal shades. The bride and groom raise their eyes to them, awestruck. Hell yeah, god power, baby. This is what it's meant to be used for. Now you ask the bride and groom to, in turn, swear their loyalty to this divine union. I do! The bride echoes Thomas. You stand... I love how it says the bride echoes Thomas, so they wouldn't have to make a whole new portrait for her. Oh, well played, game developers. You save time and effort. You stand over the kneeling bride and groom and speak their names as the twins watch over you. Thomas Guerro and Mire of Sulmina. One of the colossal shades leans over them, looming like a towering sword, while the other bursts in a beacon of blinding light that illuminates the temple from within. Thomas and Mire look into each other's eyes in amazement. From this month forth, they are bound to one another by divine law, and divine love fills their hearts. And with that, the ritual is complete. Thomas Guerro and Mire of Sulmina are now man and wife in the eyes of the twins. This solemn ceremony has ended. It is time to celebrate. A humble but happy feast is to be held in the bride's village. As day gives way to night, you and Thomas leave the revel to enjoy a moment of quiet response in front of the porch. On the front porch. In front of the porch, on the front porch. The familiar wastes of Magra stretch out before you in the darkness. Your old friend looks off into the distance, hopeful. Remember how we fought in that yard over our little brothers? So much has happened since then. Yes. I did not for a minute, when I first met this character, expect that I would literally marry him to his wife as a priest. But here we are. This is a beautiful state of events and affairs. Both of you laugh as you recall the beginning of your friendship. I'll treasure those moments forever, I will. And you can be sure that my firstborn son name will be Bowen. Oh, see? You live on through your deeds. And that is the truest form of immortality. Thomas chuckles, pondering. You and I, we grew up on the same street, but look how different we turned out. You have a say in other people's fates, Brante. Your name will surely be remembered, but me, I'm still a humble nobody, and you know what? I'm okay with that. I used to be so sure a man could never start over with a clean slate, but I guess I was wrong. Oh yes, you very much can. You can start over as many times as you need to. You do have a time limit, though, but the repeats are infinite. You can do infinite repeat. Well,
Technically, by virtue of there being a time limit, they are finite repeats, but you can do as many repeats as that time limit of life allows you to do. It's never too late.
I'll never forget you, Bowen Brant, and I'll never forget everything you've done for me.
Hell yeah. Oh ho ho! Ho ho! I did not expect this, but it makes perfect sense. I have achieved my goal of getting 20 in both of these. I am now the prophet and the great orator. Hell yeah. I did it because I just wanted to do the guy a favor. I didn't even expect it to give me points, but it obviously will give you points. This is why I love expert mode, or like hardcore mode, or whatever it's called. I did it because I wanted to, not because because that choice would put me closer to my end goals. Anyway. A tear runs down your friend's cheek for the last time. Tomas embraces you. Tomorrow he will leave Anizotte forever. Will you ever meet again? No. And that's okay. Help Tomas start a new peaceful life. Tomas's new life. You see Tomas off to his new life, far from all the danger and the chaos. Good for him. Good for him. Let him live happily. Hopefully, he'll live a happy life with his wife. If she wants kids, she shall have them, and they will have a beautiful family together. Ah. Family. Well, that's not happening. That's also not happening. And I don't know if wealth equals 10 is ever going to happen, but I'm happy with all these other things that happened. I have very much done the familial path, which is beautiful and excellent. My only hope is that I get to be as virtuous as Sir Bowen Brant in my own life. He's even a sir, he's a sir in my eyes. Alright. The last few moments have been marked by a welcome absence of quarreling at the Brant estate. Your only concern these days is the price you have paid. You have had to pay for this peace. I am not. Today you'll come home late, wrung dry after a day of work and worry. Everyone is sound asleep. You are making your way to your bedroom when you hear a suspicious noise coming from Father's study. It is too late for Father to be working. You go to the door of the study. What the hell is he doing? Trying to tread softly and turn the knob. The room is brightly lit by the moon. This man has been an absolute menace. And I must continue to show him love, because that is the way. Because me responding to his evil in kind shows that I am just as evil as he was, or is. You don't fight fire with fire, you fight fire with water. The room is brightly lit by the moon. You recognize your brother's clumsy silhouette above Father's desk in the moonlight. Nathan hears you come in and leaps to the side in fear. You see something glinting in his hands. Father's dagger! Oh, Bowen, it's you! I was being fast. Shush, I just took the dagger for a moment. Don't worry, I know holding a weapon's against my lot. I don't mean anyone any harm. Oh, good. For me, it's I have to go to the twins. Oh, I don't mean anyone any harm, except he means himself harm. Your younger brother clumsily turns the dagger around, holding against his own body. You try to remain still. Nathan wants to take one of his own lives, but why? I'm not even sure how to say it, brother. I just can't find peace in this world. I'm always an outsider, always a waste of space. Isn't there some place for me in the twins' design? I can't stop thinking about it. You're thinking about it in the absolute wrongest way possible. Wrongest isn't even a word, but you're making me invent new words out of sheer disappointment. I've been trying to understand them for so long. How am I supposed to live in their world? What's my place in their great plan? I've only made things worse. I meddled with the Markian sect, defied and rejected my lot, indulged in vice, but I found nothing there. Wow. This bowl is empty. It is an empty bowl.
I am shocked. The old faith, the new faith, Father Mark's heresy, they gave me all sorts of answers, but none of them worked. There's nothing else left for me now. I've got to see the twins myself and ask them. Yeah, I know I'm an affront to their plan just because I'm alive, but I'll repent. I'll pray for their forgiveness. I don't know how suicide works in this universe, but probably not good. Judging by other universes' standards. But the twins never forgive, you tell Nathan softly. They never have, and they never will. You will be judged in the hereafter for every false step you take. Well, that's... not hashtag not my gods. Your younger brother sighs heavily. I know, Mother taught us all... Mother taught us that all our lives. But I still have to try. There's no other way. One of my lives isn't too big a price for it. If it works. I can't find any use for them anyway. See you soon, brother. I hope I'll be different when I come back. A cloud passes over the moon. Father's study grows dark, illuminated only by the shining light of the distant pillar. Nathan's body contorts awkwardly. He raises the dagger, aiming at his own heart. See, now, here's the deal. I feel like protecting my brother... In the past, I have been completely reckless, and I have done things just for the sake of doing them because I've always had the cover of multiple lives to keep me from not reaching my destiny. But the problem here is, if I protect my brother, will that mean that I actually swipe the thing off of him and in the ongoing kerfuffle I accidentally kill myself? Wouldn't want that to happen. Surely she can find a way to talk to her. Yeah, I'm gonna call... Mom, Nathan wants to kill himself! I don't want to risk my... As selfish as it sounds, I do not want to risk my own life. I have the burden of choice. I shall call Mother. Even though I can perfectly handle this perfectly myself, I do not trust the recklessness of Sir Bowen Brand, unfortunately, so I will trust Mother. Yes. Mother! Mother! You confront Nathan with a question he has not considered. What would Mother say about this? Yes, guilt the man. Guilt the man. Nathan stops, stunned, startled. His hand, clutching the dagger, is unmoving and limp, hanging in midair. Mother? Think of all those chili dogs she kept making you throughout our childhood. All those will be gone. She can never forgive you for this. You assure your younger brother that Mother will help him deal with this misfortune. You are going to call her right now. You keep your eyes trained on Nathan as you shout loudly for her. Your cry wakes up everyone in the house, but Mother is the first to reach you. She is very worried. Twins almighty, Nathan, stop, cease. I literally just got back from being sick. Now don't ensicken me once more. Nathan is frozen in place. His fingers grip the dagger's hilt even tighter. Mother, I'm so sorry, Mother. I have to go there. I have to reach the twins just a little while. I need them to hear me. To call out to them? Then call out to them from here. You don't need to go in the hereafter to be heard, my son. They're always watching. They see every moment of your life. All you need to do is pray to them, my son. The twins are always at your side. Not only at the moment of death, your life is their gift, and they watch every single choice you make. Remember how you felt their gaze when you were a little boy? Oh, thank God. You hear a dull ringing around... You hear a dull ringing sound as steel clatters against the floor. Nathan has dropped the dagger. Yes, but why won't they tell me anything? Why is dying the only way I can be close to them? My dear son, you must not dare demand anything from the twins themselves. All you can do is ask. All you are doing right now is demanding, listen to me, you give me the answer. You cannot do this. You must address them in prayer, an honest, humble prayer, both from the truth in your heart. Born from the truth in your heart. It's hard work, but if such is their will, one day they will respond, and then you will find peace. Mother opens her arms for Nathan. He sobs loudly. His knees buckle as he nearly collapses into Mother's arms. It's a good thing your brother was at your side in this time of trouble. Twins bless you for this good deed, Bowen. Nathan stops wasting time in taverns with suspicious characters. He spends every day in ardent prayer. The family watches the stark change in their wayward son with great surprise. And then, one day, Nathan shares a revelation with you. I spoke to them, brother. I was deep in humble prayer, not even hoping for an answer, but then I felt them listening to me. I felt it with all my being. It's like I left the mortal realm and went up into the heavens, and I dared to address them. I begged the twins for forgiveness, and the elder, he reached out to me. He wanted to respond to me. I know he did, but the younger sword stopped us. It cut the bond between us, and it was like I fell back down from a great height. Hopeful. Nathan found a new purpose in faithful service to the twins. Finally! But I saw compassion in the elder's eyes as I fell, and he followed me. He shall descend again. He shall witness our suffering and bring his mercy, and then the world will change at last. Ah, there's the harmony I sought. At long last. Ah. Oh, I even gained some willpower. Oh, great orator, eh? Ah, beautiful. I gained money for that for some reason. I guess we pawned the dagger. A moment of respite. This event is a consequence of your previous actions. Unity 10! We did it! Unity 10, everybody! We've got it. Oh, I'm so happy. Your work for the day is finally done. You hurry to the family home where peace and tranquility dwell again at last. Also, it hasn't slipped by me how when you have generic events like these where they happen irrespective of your occupation, they always use vague terms like, your work is done for today, you can finally go home. You still have grown used to the idea that this peace could be disturbed at any moment. That's not true. Peace is everlasting. Well, I mean, enjoy it while it lasts. As you enter, Father walks down the stairs to greet you. He smiles happily and warmly. Bowen, my dear son, you're spending so much time at work. Look, you can barely stand. You need some rest. Please stay at home with us for a while. Surely her work can wait. You've earned yourself a moment of respite. You consider his words for a moment and agree. Overjoyed, Father takes your hand and leads you into the sitting room. You spend several days resting in the family home, where your troubles are distant and your family is close. They tell you their news, you carefully share yours. You spend the evenings together on the porch, just like in the good old days, listening to Father's stories of your family's history, sharing laughter over memories of childhood. It is late now. Cicadas buzz quietly in the garden. The windows of the bedrooms glow with a warm light. You recline in a wicker chair with a glass of good wine. There is no place like home. Yay. There. Oh boy. Was that not the case before? Regardless. Thank you for the follow, Lord Vander. It is very much appreciated. I've heard mystical tales spoken aloud in the campfires of Twitch.tv where it randomly makes you unfollow certain channels for certain undisclosed and unknowable reasons. It is very much hearsay and superstition, but it may have happened to you. I do not know. What matters is that you are here now. Thank you for stopping by. No place like home. Oh, I am prepared for anything. Oh, so I basically exchanged the Unity. Well, I didn't even exchange it. By having the Unity, I now have the willpower to fight God.
I was checking to see if you were paying attention. Potentially. Who knows what the case may be, but thank you for the follow. The numbers, they inflate. The funny numbers that people stake their entire personality and value on. The funny numbers. The denunciation. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, that is beautiful. I have the willpower to challenge God now. I think this is... Well, I mean, this is the playthrough that I did because I did what I thought was right, and these are the results of me doing what I think is right. My family is happy. I am a masterful orator and a prophet of the word of God, and I have died thrice for my troubles. The Inquisition ward that has become your second home now feels jarringly different. Jeanne is sitting on a crude bench, all hunched over, her face in her hands. You stand by her side, still unable to believe that this is really happening. Look! These are our case files. Retribution is inevitable. We will face the tribunal tomorrow. Without lifting her eyes, she hands you a couple of pages. Witnessed with my own eyes as Inquisitor Brante and his sister and fave Jeanne indulged in debauchery beneath the canopy of the secret... Oh, so that's why that scene was necessary. I thought they... Oh, it was extremely forced, but still. I hate to admit it, but that is a sign of weak writing. They really couldn't get me on anything else, just that You know what? Let's continue. It is a denunciation. Someone saw you that night under the silver tree. Patriarch Cassius insisted on attending the hearing, and Ulrich will pass judgment. Oh no. Her eyes are full of angry tears. You reach out to touch her shoulder reassuringly, but Jeanne moves away. She breathes deeply and pulls herself together. Answer him honestly. The younger will be watching over us. Lying is out of the question. Should you acknowledge your guilt, or is there any way to escape punishment? You call the accusation false and insist that someone is trying to slander you. You confess everything that happened between you under the silver tree. I mean, I've literally spent my entire character learning how to talk my way out of anything. If the great orator cannot talk himself out of this situation, I have no earthly idea what possibly could. I have the ability to instill faith to guide and lead people with my speeches. If a speech won't solve this, then my life's work has been for nothing, and I leave behind a happily married man and a peaceful family. I am fine with this. Deny it all! There are only a handful of people in the courtroom. They're all priests from various Anisote churches. You stand before Patriarch Cassius and Inquisitor Ulrich. If I can't smooth talk my way out of this, I don't know what I was fighting for. The Inquisitor's gaze is full of disappointment. The Patriarch, on the contrary, has a triumphant smile on his face. The image of the younger gazes at you sternly from the icon behind them. Look, let the tribunal begin. This shouldn't take long. Brother Bowen and Sister Jeanne, you stand accused of engaging in a depraved carnal liaison with one another. Under the silver tree, no less. What sacrilege! The priests exchange whispers. You feel the blood pounding in your temples. It is so, Patriarch. Bah. Still, this denunciation might well be an attempt to tarnish our order and nothing more. A slander concocted by someone who harbors a grudge against the Inquisition. Brother Bowen, beneath the gaze of the younger, tell us, your brethren and mentors in faith, what really happened.
You summon all your fear and anger to announce, as firmly as you can, that you deny all the accusations. They are nothing but vile slander. The Inquisition's enemies are trying to besmirch your good names, but you are both innocent. Jenny looks at you in confusion. Cassius notices her bemusement. Oh, she will be my downfall! She will be my downfall!
Sister Jenny, you will now tell us what happened there.
Jenny stares at you in silence.
Sister Jenny?
Jenny, Jian shudders. I have nothing to add. The room is quiet. Cassius watches you with a probing look. Then he sighs in disappointment, but remains silent. The eyes of the younger pierce you. He seems to know all. You see right through your lies. You cannot escape your punishment.
Well then, if, beneath the gaze of the younger, the Inquisitors deny having a carnal liaison, how can we doubt them?
Yes, Ulrich, yes! Do not doubt! Jenne's face is distorted in pain, but she says nothing. Cassius sneers.
A tribunal is dismissed.
Good! I do not care for her and her hostility. Jenne leaves the courtroom hastily. Did you see tears on her face? You are not sure. The only mistake I admit is the copulation happened in the first place. But I did not have a choice in that. That was a story beat that was forced upon me, that I am now fixing. By breaking her heart into more pieces than it was already... Her heart is basically dust now. She cannot pump blood to her system. She has dust there. Oh. Oh, cool. Huh. I didn't expect that, but that's nice. Inquisition in power, +1. They're not gonna explode yet. I hope not, anyway. I need them. It is the year 1145. I am 27 years old. My only mistake was being with you, Bowen said with... It's true! It is absolutely true. That if I genuinely had a choice, I would have immediately just said, I thank you for sharing the way you feel with me. Unfortunately, I do not feel the same. We are priests. This is a McDonald's. You cannot... This is not a brothel. This is a McDonald's. Thank you for feeling this way towards me. It instills me with hope that I could inspire such love, but this is not for us. I am not for you. Goodbye. And that would have been what I did in that situation, had I a choice. They did not give me a choice. And so I must play the cards I have been dealt. For over a year now, Anizote has been steadily simmering with unrest like a soup pot over a well-stoked flame. Thanks. But put the prayers in the bag. This is the church. Exactly. All your prayers in the bag. Stick them up. This is a church robbery. Faith robbery? I don't know. Commoners flock to the squares in droves. The mobs grow bolder, demanding new freedoms and protections under the law. The last straw insurgents commit brazen acts, hoping to overthrow the authorities. The noble gentry insisted that every mob be dispersed by force. They are ready to fight for their ancient privilege, sword in hand. In spite of this enormous pressure, Overseer Gaius Tempest remains highly reluctant to allow any bloodshed. But the common people are already too desperate. Even the age-old fear of the nobility's might is barely enough to keep them in check. More and more people are rejecting the lots and converting to the new faith. Hell yeah! Not to mention other stranger, more esoteric teachings and beliefs. New secret societies and clandestine gatherings appear every day. Printed pamphlets litter the streets. It is as I was reading that paragraph that a terrifying fear and a terrifying thought came into my mind's eye. The solution is simple. Quick, Bo, invent the automatic submachine gun. The Uzi must be in my hand, and I shall cleanse the heretics. What was the guy's name who made the Uzi? Uzil something? I forget. But I had a terrifying thought. Is it possible that I am so in love with this game and its story because even though it is a choices matter story, it is I am inherently playing into exactly the message this game wants to say and the story it wants to tell, would this game hold up as well if I made different choices? I imagined that if I went down the noble path, I would go down the same revelation as Tomas. Or at least the game would be like, so, Bowen lived and suffered in horrible turmoil and got backstabbed 3 times and got killed in a ditch. Oh well, if only he valued family more, and so on. I feel like, kind of in the same vein as the different styles of playthroughs and endings available in Undertale, where you have the neutral endings where you don't commit to either path very well, or the pacifist ending, which is what the game intends of you, or the genocide ending, which is where the game reveals how much it despises the fact that you've made these choices that lead to here. Is this game in the same vein? Or does the story fall apart if I decide to go be a persnickety thief? I do not know. I hope that's not the case, and I will have faith that this game has the incredible replay value I pertain to have. Yes. Anyway, no one is rushing to subdue the citizens or punish the city for now. More and more people are rejecting the lots. Hell yeah. Father Lennart has transformed the Temple of the Silver Tree into a new believer's stronghold. He is no longer afraid to break the ban on preaching the new faith. There was a ban on preaching the new faith? His sermons now openly challenge the old faith. Good, that's what I've been building up to. What was it? Oh yeah, Scooby-Doo. Ellis's buddy Keith. It seems the Church of the Twins is unable to recognize its great mistake. The lots must be abandoned as relics of the past. The Twins granted everyone the freedom to choose their own path in this world. I will not stop until this freedom is recognized throughout the Empire. The next patriarch of McGraw must be chosen by the parish, not the clergy. This is the will of the Twins, and it must be ours as well. Leonard intends to amend the old order of the church and become patriarch. His opponents, however, are beset by internal struggle and strife. That's exactly how I set it up. The Inquisition is fighting a myriad of heresies, more of which appear every day. Not even the highest ranks of the faith are free from suspicion. The new faith, meanwhile, is steadily growing in numbers. People no longer fear being damned to the foot of the pillar for rejecting the divine design. The streets are restless and dangerous. Minds and souls are beset by confusion. Authorities argue and bicker among themselves. Conspiracies plague the city. Time marches on, and change is coming. It cannot be stopped. Can you find a way to guide it in the right direction? The weight of a new age now rests upon your shoulders. Church +3, the new faith. The new faith is here. Hell yeah. A family matter? What is going on now? For over a year now, Anizote has been slowly simmering with unrest, the feud between the estates, between the old faith and the new, between the law of the empire and noble traditions. The tensions are at an all-time high, waiting for the slightest spark to catch. Fire and burn! Oh no. Fascinating. Even your family's affairs have been affected by the growing unrest. It is during these troubles times. Again, another spelling error there. It's supposed to say, it is during these troubled times that the future of your family will be decided. Oh no. Father shakes you awake early in the morning. He is excited, clutching a letter bearing the imperial seal of the Tempest dynasty. Wake up, son. Come to the sitting room. A letter has come from Overseer Gaius Tempest. Who? Oh, that guy. Cool. The Imperial Seal. Yes. Oh, it isn't shaped like a seal. I demand a refund. He gingerly breaks the seal and unfolds the missive. I forgot this guy. Oh, yeah. To the Honourable Brante family, I, Gaius of the Tempest dynasty, overseer of the province of Magra, have given due consideration to your petition to have your bloodline ennobled by the sword. You are expected in 1 week at Castle Enery, as are all petitioners for the sword, where you shall hear my decision firsthand. Oh, so instead of being rejected, he... By the way, I know it's... Ali's late. It is Ali's a little late. Speak your words, Lector. What is the thing that you wish to project onto this world through the YouTube significantly delayed text? That was autocorrect, indeed. But I get your meaning. What are your words? Type them so that I may read them and interpret them. It's a trap! That was actually instantaneously my thought as well, Deltor, that is, like, instead of giving me the rejection in the letter, he's making me travel so that he could hit me with one of his golden gloves. Ugh. After finishing the letter, Father turns to you. He looks fatigued. Can we not? Can we just not go? Well, son, it's time for us to be honest with each other about our family. What do you have to say about this? Where do we, the Brante, stand after so many years? What hopes do we have for the future of this family? Put that letter in the garbage and ignore it. That's it. Anyways, I wanted to say that you gained money for Nathan getting help by Mother. I did. Because Nathan isn't... Oh, because he isn't a financial burden anymore. He was basically a constant strain on the resources, and because we managed to stop him from being a bum, he now isn't draining additional funds. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. I understand now. He is no longer a drain, because he is a productive member now. Good. Good for him. Where do we stand with the family? I can tell you very well where we stand with the family. Oh, see, now this is a good choices matter game, where all your previous choices basically made this the way it is. Yep. Oh, wow. Sever all ties with the family? The Brante family is a family in name only. There is no reason to stay together anymore. That's horrible. Become members of the Overseer's entourage. Become nobles of the sword. That is adorable. The past 7 years have been marked by many life-changing events. The rare joys, the frequent flights. The frequent flights? Yes, we all boarded many planes. The frequent fights, the arguments, the attempts at peace, the losses. Sometimes you have managed to change their minds, but sometimes you have not. But your decisions have made you realize what matters most to you. The future of the Brante family must be decided here and now. So many choices to choose from. All hope of being ennobled by the family, by the sword is lost, but the Brante family will remain united. I love how I feel like this should be bigger, but then again, if this is bigger, then there does come a situation where you accidentally end up not being able to make any choices. So, as much as I'd like my ego stroked with the fact that I've managed to reach a unity of 10, this is fine. They have decided this, and this is what will happen. The family shall be, but we will not be ennobled by the sword, because that is a fool's errand. You reluctantly confess to Father what both of you already know. It is clear what Gaius Tempest's decision will be. Your family's hopes of being ennobled by the sword are long gone. You had to maintain your family's reputation and fortune and peace at home. It all proved too much to handle. I mean, not really, I just don't value being ennobled by the sword. After expending too much energy resolving the strife within your family, you had little strength left for the rest. With a sigh, Father agrees. You're right, my son, we couldn't You're right, my son. Punctuation. Again. As the story continues, the spelling mistakes become more frequent, but that's okay. I will forgive each and every one of their sins. Ego is already Your ego stroke already happened when you reached Unity 10 because of the special event. That is true. I did gain the willpower to challenge God, so ultimately I will agree with you. I am prepared for anything. We couldn't weather the storm that came upon us. Who could even hope for a hereditary title after that? I can only imagine how your grandfather must be raging in the hereafter. Yes, I'd like to imagine that as well, please. Alright, gotta go. I enjoyed my time on stream. Remember to consume the calcium for power and hydrate. Thank you for your time here, Park. I hope your lurk has been an enjoyable one. I shall hydrate in your name. And do a little bit of a stretch as well. The secret fifth choice. What family? Grandpappy killed them all in rage, induced haze when you asked how his day was. It's true. He was going to do that with fire, though. Hand. I hydrate in the name of Park. I shall attempt and endeavor to stretch as well. Oh, that reminds me that I have exercises to get onto after stream today. That will be a lovely time considering how much I have upgraded in the intensity department just overnight. I've gone from one set of intense exercises to two. I've literally doubled my strain and my... It is felt throughout this form. Spelling mistakes become more frequent because of the extremely branching paths that could not possibly be, like, gone over. Like, it is... It is understandable, 100%, don't get me wrong, but I will notice them, and I will comment on them. Soon we will see muscly bone, just bone wound around bone. And now I shall do a doodly boodly hoodly doo. Ooh. The spin with a beautiful delay, but there it is, the spin! Heedly how! The spin is here! What how? Indeed. Thank you for the spin. It is quite an honor. Yeah. I hope he's raging in the... Can I go visit his grave and be like, hey, here's what happened to the Brante family because of you. You did this. The Brante patriarch uneasily considers what comes next. But our family is still strong together. Still whole. It pains me to think that there were so many losses that could have been prevented. I must confess, at one point I even feared there might be nothing of us left, but still we are a family. Yes. Many sigils are to your name, Killshot, and many more shall be gained in the fullness of time. Very well. We will abandon the pursuit of the nobility of the sword for our descendants and tend to the Brante family itself. Nathan peeks into the sitting room. His hair is tousled. Father, Bowen, what happened? Nothing, Nathan. Life goes on, that's all. Your weary father embraces his two sons. The last of the embers that were once the letter from Gaius Tempest smolder away in the fireplace. Good! That's exactly what I suggested you do. And you did it. And I am happy. A bone total of 30. Well done. Oh, actually now I remember how it works. Your bone total, I mean your daily. I completely forgot about this, but you don't actually have to redeem you don't have to do exclamation mark daily for it to redeem. You only have to do it for first. It automatically does it by virtue of you being here. It automatically ticks. All exclamation mark daily does is it tells you what your total is and what your last bone was. That's all the command does. The actual dailies happen automatically by virtue of you being here. It automatically registers your presence and denotes, as such, lurkers who have never spoken potentially have a very high daily bone total. I completely forgot about that, but that's how I programmed it. And I programmed it with good intentions, and those good intentions echo throughout the annals of the Bowenthius channel. Is it easier than staring at a brand fuel? I mean... We are 3 official men of the Brante family, and if I am basing this correctly off of my own universe's laws and bylaws, then the family line is continued through the males. So there are plenty of opportunities to continue the Brante lineage, so to speak. Churn in your grave.
If lurkers never spoke, there was no first daily redeem. Well, yes, for the firsts, you need to actually type in firsts. But if you're just here, then it will tick upwards, regardless of whether or not you put in any commands. It is a lurker-friendly daily system. So, if you want to check how many dailies you have, regardless of whether or not you press daily before, you just do daily. So, it is a lovely system, and I am very happy I programmed it that way. I just wish I remembered, but now I remember. Anyway. It was almost too much to bear, but your family ties have been preserved. The Brante family will live on. Ah, I have 25 willpower now. Sick. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh no. Wait, no. This event is a consequence of your previous actions. Inquisition power -10. Oh. I could kill Ulrich? That's fun. Can I do it now? I mean, let's see what happens. The heretic. You have not seen Yene for days. Neither have you had the courage to speak to the other since the tribunal. She has been absent from the Inquisition ward lately, which is alarming given the mere days remain before the sacred conclave. You go to a small chapel early in the morning. Inquisitor Ulrich is waiting for you, there to discuss the upcoming trial of Patriarch Cassius. You barely have time to greet each other before you hear the heavy footsteps of armed men outside. The doors fling open, and Jenny enters the chapel accompanied by champions of faith. She is holding a scroll bearing the seal of the Grand Inquisitor. Oh, of course she is. Of course she is. Can't spell heretic without her. Her heretic. I don't know. I tried. Inquisitor Ulrich. Oh wait, good, this is for me. I thought the gods were for me. Sick. Inquisitor Ulrich, in the name of the twin gods, you are hereby accused of aiding and abetting the Willist heresy. Like all Willists, you have corrupted our faith and attempted to liken yourself to the gods. You are to appear before the sacred tribunal at once. Follow me! What the hell is going on? You can kill Ulrich directly in an extremely different path, and this isn't a spoiler since the game told you that it's a possibility. Yes, it's not spoiling that you can kill Ulrich, because the game spoiled that already by telling me that, hey, this is an event that's happening because Ulrich is somehow still alive. But yes, again, replay value in this game is off the chain. If it has the Undertale level of storytelling, which I hope it does. I have faith that it does. We'll see. You step back from the Inquisitor. Ulrich raises an eyebrow in disdain. Ah, yes, an inquisitive eyebrow. How dare you command me? I abide by the will of the twins and none other. Replay value. Indeed, my friend, indeed. Yield, Ulrich. The champions of faith draw their weapons and take a step forward. Ulrich's voice fills the chapel. He does not yell, but the sound knocks everyone off balance. Oh god, he's using his god powers. I am will. I am power. I know no obstacles, no restraints. Back away. His voice vibrates through your body. You are paralyzed with pain. Your bones crack, your muscles convulse. A red haze blurs your vision. Please tell me he didn't kill me. Jenny and the champions of faith fall to the floor. I am leaving, Anisote. Do not try to follow me. Ulrich's words echo endlessly in your head. In your last moments of consciousness, you see him dash out of the chapel. He is actually the devil. How dare you command your god? You also have will and power. Together making willpower. Actually, I just realized, can I use willpower? I have 25 willpower. Can I expend my 25 willpower to resist this guy and stop him? After a while, you come to your... No. Clearly the game says no. Ulrich has hidden god powers and he escapes.
I'm also well, I mean, maybe not a high priest. I don't smoke the ganja, but After a while, you come to your senses. The champions of faith gingerly help each other up, still dazed. Jenny approaches you and offers you her hand. She despises me. And yet, the cutscene demands she be cordial. Where was the relations over here? Hostility. She is actively hostile towards me. Wanted by the Inquisition and apostasy, Ulrich fled. Ha! Inquisitor infamous for his ruthlessness. He used to be head of the House of Humility. The Inquisition. He used to be. Yes, he did. She despises you, but she likes that. So the gods bless him with powers of not magic, because magic is heresy. Yes! All other magic, that's heresy, but his magic, his is godlike power. Yeah, you know. Rules for thee, but not for me. I'm sorry for keeping this a secret from you. I suspected from the beginning that something was wrong with Ulrich, but I only recently found out about the teachings of the Willists. And then it all made sense. I spent the last few days gathering evidence. What the hell is a Willist? The Willist heresy is among the most heinous teachings I've ever heard of. Once a person decides to submit exclusively to the will, forsaking love and law, he becomes a monster, drunk on power. Oh, so he actually did gain superpowers by the power of God. With him, it's heresy. With you, it's hearsay. Few things are more dangerous than this. So, that is actually a really nice phenomenon. Once you let go of the societal programming, you basically understand it was all a facade. So I guess that's what Willists teach you. Oof. He is in hiding now. Captain Agaronim, tell your men to stand down. There is no point in searching for Ulrich. He has already left Anisote. We should focus on the Patriarch. Well, I'm glad he fucked off. Ulrich left Magra and was forced to hide from the Inquisition. So I guess if you followed him and had the Inquisition have a power of 10, I guess he would have just taken over. Flame of the New Faith, hell yeah! He is a heretic. I don't know if he's a heretic, but he was a brutal asshole. That much I can say. This event is a consequence of your previous actions, tolerance of the faiths. Hell yeah. Let's see what happens. Religious riots! Religious riots! All the new believers of Anisote have taken to the streets today. An immense torrent of people floods the square by the Silver Tree, where the acolytes of Sylvan Samosta have summoned them. They are furious, they feel their power, and they crave vengeance. You rush to the square as well. On every corner you see brawls and fights, traces of blood, shattered windows, overturned carriages. The new faith is asserting its dominance over the old faith. You keep running, there is no time. Neither champions of faith nor inquisitors are by your side. What has become of them? Could they already be in the square, or are they defending the ward against the crazed new believers? A pyre is ready in the middle of the square. Oh my. Oh my, how unfortunate, said Bowenthius with a Cheshire grin upon his bony skull. Oh, how unfortunate. See, this is the ego talking. This is the little self, the little voice, the little failure, the little peasant in the back of your mind that is ultimately the reason why some people are as heinous as they are. It tells me to revel in this. Cassius has been my enemy ever since he was introduced as a character, and now I see him literally tied to a big stake. And it like, the ego is sending all of the good vibes my way. And the right thing to do is to condone this. Is that the word? I always forget what the word condone means. Let me read what the word condone means. To overlook, forgive, or disregard without protest or censure, forgive. To pardon, to forgive. So condone is a fancy way to say forgive or to pardon. I do not condone his actions, but simultaneously I also do not condone tying him up to a piece of wood and burning him. That one does not justify the other, and vice versa. It is still wrong to burn this man at the stake. It is wrong to take his life for the sins that he has wrought upon the land. And the small self tells me to revel in this. There is justice that is going to be served. This man did many bad things, and he is now going to burn for them. But that is still wrong. It is still wrong to have this man pay for his crimes in such a manner. This is barbaric overkill that does not make us any better than him. This is not justice. This is perversion. Amidst a pile of wood soaked in oil, Patriarch Cassius is chained to the stake. I guess there won't be a tribunal. I guess all that evidence I got against him was not worth it, but we'll see what choices I can make. He is then beaten mercilessly, and his clothes are in rags. He is barely conscious. This is the so-called god. Commoners armed with axes surround him, preventing anyone from approaching. Only old Samosta circles the Patriarch, jabbing his fists into the air. Everyone is listening to his hoarse cries, spellbound. We see before us the false Patriarch Cassius, a heretic who denounced the gods. He persecuted the followers of Photis for years. He has forced his parishioners to shed blood in the name of the old faith. But he has no faith of his own, neither in the lots nor the twins themselves. So today the faithful will hold a trial for this heretic, and he will be justly punished for his falsehoods and crimes. See, they are parading like this is justice and that this is a just punishment and a faithful trial. This is barbarism. The gods have granted us the right to... You've already sentenced him by tying him to the stake. The gods have granted us the right to purge this land of sin, and choose a new shepherd for our flock. The crowd begins to shout, "Kill the apostate! Burn him at the stake! In the name of the new faith and in the twins." This is not the name of the new faith, this is in the name of the little person. This is in the name of the small self. I don't care if it's medieval times, we need to be better. You think that at the tip of a hat we won't slip into these exact types of barbarism in the year 2026? Have you been paying attention? I apologize, but just because they are medieval times does not excuse this. This could very well happen. It probably has happened, it just hasn't been documented. Just don't go to a barber, Bo. They'll have nothing to work on if I do. Suddenly, the people fall silent again. You hear the brisk tapping of a staff against the cobblestones. Father Lennart walks up to the stake. The axe-wielding men make way and let him approach. Please talk some sense into these people. Why, Sylvan, do not spill his blood. We can resolve this peacefully. Okay, good. So he is willing to... Good. Samosta's face is twisted with rage. See, this is exactly... doing the right thing for the wrong reason, or doing the wrong thing for the right reasons is just as bad as doing anything for the wrong, Doing the wrong thing for the right reasons is just as bad as doing the wrong thing for the wrong reasons. At the end of the day, the result is still the same. Barbarism. Peace is worthless unless it is defended with arms, Lennart. No. We must fight for our faith, or we will be slaughtered in our temples. That's fear talking. That is 100% fear talking. That is fear that turns into paranoia when it is deepened. Just do nothing, become a statue. There's an entire profession based on that, Biltor. Just as we were on that tragic night. This man has been, what's the word, traumatized. I will not be a patriarch whose path to office is paved with human bones, Sylvan. Barbarism. 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 I have faith that barbers, some of them, do not employ barbarism in their work. Barbarism. Where were we? This is not a murder, then. Oh, nope, this is a murder. If you think this is not a murder, that is your own ego gaslighting you. It is a court of justice, a court of all the faithful, and the twins whisper it in my ear, and they approve of this trial. This man is exactly what's wrong with our world. Doing the wrong thing because you were filled with noble intentions and you were on the side of good. That is the most dangerous person of all, because they think that they are on the side of good, but their actions actually do more to hinder the very thing that they are trying to champion than help it. Yes, I meant to say that with an E. Well, you did. I blame the voices that are apparently talking to him. The man is actually worse than Ulrich, because Ulrich did terrible things that he believed in. But, like, he never preached that he was a good guy. He never said, like, oh, this torture that I'm doing, these fingers that I'm cutting off, this is actually a good thing. He very much aligned himself with the notion that this is a necessary evil, but he knew it was evil. This guy has gaslit himself into thinking that he's a superhero when he's doing the same shit as Ulrich. He is worse. And that is bad, so hopefully I'll have the choice to punch him in the face and stop this. Leonard takes a step towards the stake, but Samosta pushes him aside with a strong hand. The abbot falls to the ground. The armed men block his path to the stake. Sylvan picks up a flaming torch. Tomorrow, on the day of the sacred conclave, we will elect our patriarch, the man who will lead us to the twins. But today, before the eyes of the twins, we will execute Cassius the heretic. What happened to the trial, my guy? What happened to the trial? You gonna not hear out his point of view? Where's the prosecution? Where's the defense? Brothers and sisters in faith, is this your will? The congregation shouts approvingly. Death, death to the heretic, burn him. Nope, this ain't the way, Chief. Accompanied by the screaming crowd, Sylvan sets fire to the wood. Rigged. He was rigged on that stake, and now he's dead. Kill you, Iron. Oh, kill you. Oh, I see. Kill Ulrich. Ulrich. Or whatever the thing he is on. It is a stake. Accompanied by the screaming crowd. Accompanied by the screaming crowd, Sylvan sets fires to the wood. The flames rise with astonishing speed. It is in his last moments Cassius screams with all his might. You have defied the lots, but you are still in the prison of their will. Fight them, defame their names. Ah, they know no mercy, only cruelty. These shouts of the crowd drown out his cries. The back rows are pressing against those in front, drunk with the absence of restrictions. The people want to watch the patriarch die. You hear the clattering of hooves echo from nearby streets. The cavalry is here. Get him! One after another, squads of armor-clad horsemen arrive in the square. You see the banners of the noblest houses flying above their heads. They are followed by champions of faith. The noble militia and the Inquisition have come to put an end to the tyranny of the new believers. And thusly, the new belief is forever tainted by the actions of immoral men. Our lot is to fight. No, it's not. Do not yield, brothers. Please, somebody stake him through the heart. A white flash, Sylvan's voice is cut short. In the spot where he stood only moments ago, the figure of Jenne now towers. Is Jean going to do something I like for once? Better than being burned at the egg. Indeed. There is a stampede. People scream in fear and desperation. Blades clink, horses neigh. The base of the silver tree becomes a battlefield. You cannot tell how long it will last. Silence. The square is empty. The bodies dissolve into shimmering mist. The light garments of the new believers remain on the cobblestone, slowly soaking in pools of blood. The silver tree sheds its leaves over them. The body of Patriarch Cassius slowly burns itself out. Father Leonard kneels by the side of his enemy's execution. It is not what I wanted, Cassius, not like this. The heretic will face judgment of the twins and eternal torment at the foot of the pillar. This is also not what I wanted either, but it is what happened. See, again, balance. Balance is extremely important. I did not have balance. I went too far. And this is the result. This is the result. My fervor was taken advantage of by people with less than noble intentions, and they resulted in a man being burned at the stake. That was not justice. Old man left this world to face the twins' judgment. At least I won't have to deal with this guy. I'm sad I couldn't expend willpower to fix that situation, but it is what it is. Misery and devastation. Well, the new faith is winning at least. The new faith's fanatics perpetrated a bloody massacre. The new believers' zealots exact vigilante justice against the enemies of their doctrine. Couldn't outwill the masses. People killing is bad, how revolutionary. I know, right? And so, that is the end of Chapter 4. The end of the chapter of peacetime. Peaceful years are over. The storm of the revolt is now brewing in Anizote. Tomorrow will be the day when you will reap the harvest of all your deeds during these 8 years. That was an amazing chapter. Oh. Well. I didn't die, at least. 1146, a fine year to end the chapter on, sure. With your aid, the new believers force see, this is the one that I actually wanted. But... I was too good at my job. And this is what happens when you are too good at something. You lose balance. You lose balance. And people will end up hurt. So much death. But I didn't know how to dial it down. But then again, all bad for something good. Mother recovers, Gloria's branded, the family is at peace. I feel it was a grim way to end the chapter. It was very much a grim way to end the chapter, because it shows us that if you believe... Well, what are the conclusions I can reach from this? I mean, balance. But is it my fault? I mean, like, in a technical sense, due to my choices, the zealotry became so overwhelming. I guess, yeah. Because I campaigned for the new faith so much, it spurred people into a religious fervor, which blinded them to the horrible atrocities that they were committing. So yes, it is my fault. Both in the game sense and in the sense that this was obviously going to be an outcome because I went too hard and I lost that balance. But I feel like, well, I mean, it's a consequence of my actions, so I guess what I'm trying to do is weasel my way out of, well, you see, it's not my fault. I didn't spur the people into religious zealotry. It just kind of happened as a byproduct of me and my will. But ultimately, one must take responsibility and accountability. So, I did this. And within the purview of the game, I don't really know how I could have done it better. Because everything I did for this decision, and I didn't expect that the game would actually want me to exercise restraint. I thought that if I just keep picking all of the new faith choices, then I'll get the new faith ending and there won't be a consequence of me picking too many new faith choices. But clearly, another lesson is that one must strike a balance and exist in moderation because, for example, if you exercise too much, even though exercise is a noble endeavor and one should take care of their body, if you exercise too much, you might develop a hernia because you're doing too much too quickly and your body isn't ready for it and you end up breaking something that you otherwise didn't intend to break. Last time you avoided balance, you slept with Jenny. Oh, that was a fun time, wasn't it? So, for most skill checks, you will need a value between 10 and 16. Value 17 and 19 are required for rare and especially difficult choices. The maximum value, 20, only gives you a chance for one extraordinary deed. I guess, yeah, I didn't exercise moderation, and so the new faith became intolerant of the old faith, ironically. Which is not what I wanted. Oh, I get it. I, for myself, can fervently believe in the new faith, but I can, because I am an individual, I can, not express, what's the word? I can practice. I can practice moderation with myself. But I cannot practice moderation in others. And while I may be more inclined towards not going apeshit and burning people at the stake, I cannot trust that other people will be. So ultimately, it is my fault that I went overboard and expected other people to be sane. So I should have kept in mind the nature of man. Man has many issues, let's say, that resort them to doing what was done in the last moments of this chapter. So ultimately, I should have... I should have practiced moderation so that others who are less inclined to practice the same moderation wouldn't be as spurred up and dedicated to do the horrible deeds that they did in my name, ultimately. Another very, very important lesson that this game teaches us, I think, I believe. And with that, I believe it is a great time to call it a day. Your thought process only applies because you know for a fact that you are the main character. Yes and no. I agree with you, yes, because in the context of this game, I am the main character and I am directly responsible for the things that happen in this game. And no, because this also applies in real life. Because in a sense, you are your own main character of your own little world. Not the world, mind you. The world is all-encompassing and features 8 billion of us. Each and every single one of those 8 billion is their own main character in their own little world. 8 billion main characters. I didn't cause a religious revolution yet. Not yet, you haven't. My point being is that when you practice restraint and moderation and balance, that and love and all those things, those are echoed throughout your world. Your inner turmoil and inner tumult and your inner thoughts, they are not intangible and invisible to the world around you. They very much have an effect on your perception, on your surroundings, on the people you're with, and everything. And basically everything that I did in this game is something that you can very much do in real life, under different contexts, under different circumstances, but it is very much within your power. You do not believe yourself to be capable of a religious revolution, but that is a limitation that your ego has put on you because it is logically, and the ego does this thing really well, it puts up very sound arguments as to why. You're not a priest, you didn't dedicate yourself to this, you didn't study the craft, you probably don't go to church, yada yada yada. And it does so to put limitations on you, to make you say that I can't, because the ego's tasked to protect you. It exists to keep you content, to keep you alive, but ultimately to keep you stagnant, because stagnation is security. And that is what the ego wants. So it will gaslight you. It will make so many sound arguments and it will do so many things just to keep you in that safe, lazy, stagnant state. There's been many religions in life, like Tor. People made those religions. People didn't think that religions existed before religions existed, but people made those religions. Jesus Christ was a real person that was so inspiring that a literal religion came out of him. That is not an example of divine providence. That is example of the human spirit. Anyway, depth of knowing that knowing that in a game is kind of crazy. I know, right? Religion is about belief, so your revolution will occur if you believe even harder. See, that is exactly my problem. I believed too hard, and that inspired others to commit atrocities in my name. But ultimately, it was my responsibility, because they just echoed the notions that I preached. I didn't directly say, go out and burn heretics, but I did put the new faith in so much power that people who thought that they were doing the right thing join the cause. Evil people who think that just because you're on the side of good, that you can do no wrong. And if you commit an atrocity, then that is fine, because it is in the name of a good cause. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. It is not how you feel about something that determines what happens. It is what you do. It is action. And feelings very much are a deciding factor in the actions that you take. I'm starting to contradict myself. In the end, I blame the twin tails. I mean, the two twin tails of Miku were the set dressing for this, but ultimately we are responsible for our own actions. Bringing up ego. Yes, I am, because I have, throughout my own self-discoveries and teachings, I have put in mind this entity that controls us, that whispers to us sweet nothings, that tells us to go eat donuts and be lazy and so on. And that is the resistance, the ego, the mind, the little self. It has been defined in various books, cultures, religions, yada yada. I'm pretty sure that Buddhism also talks about this in fervent detail. Anyway, my point that I was trying to say was that don't go overboard, even if it's a good thing, because even if it's a good thing and you go overboard, that is going to inspire other people to go overboard, and they are not as inhibited as you are, and they will cause atrocities, and ultimately, you have inspired those atrocities. So, it's not that I'm saying don't try. There is clearly value in trying. But remember moderation. Ironically, in the family there was peace and harmony, and going overboard caused the exact opposite thing. I guess it depends, like, there are too much of good things, basically. It is difficult for me to articulate properly what the problem is, but I feel like I'm understanding it. And I guess it varies and depends on different contexts. In the context of public admonition, since how many people in province accept the new teachings, the higher the tolerance, the harder it is for the Inquisition to suppress these teachings. Like, in the context of new doctrines and new belief systems, if you believe in them too hard, again, the most noble of intentions can lead to you burning fat people at the stake. Yes, I'm still on about that. That guy was horribly unhealthy both in body and in mind. And the point is, join us next time for... I did go on a bit of a tangent, didn't I? But yes, that is a very good point. But yes, ultimately, I am picking up what they're putting down. I don't know how to put it into actions, because I'm at that exact stage in my life where I will try to do too much and end up with the consequences of that. Choices have consequences, so just have to put things into perspective all going forward. Very much so, yes. It is very important to see things clearly and not be mired by feelings, both good and bad, because ultimately we are responsible for the people we surround ourselves with. We are responsible for how we influence them, and to a... Like, this will be one of those, you are burdened with the choices of others, but ultimately... It's not so much that you should feel guilt, like, for example, if, like, hypothetically, if you inspire somebody, literally in this exact scenario, like, I inspired the new religion to be so, tolerant and, intolerant and powerful that they decided that it was a good recompense to take the old religious leader and literally kill him. And I inspired that. Does that make me a bad person? No. That makes me a human. That makes me just as flawed as the people that burned the guy at the stake. And all I can do is learn from my mistake and never repeat it again. And that is, I believe, the end of my thesis. Now we're over here again. But yes, ultimately... Burn me at the mistake. Indeed. Right, I'm going to quit the main menu on this beautiful game. See, this is what art does. It makes you think. Art is there to comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. And I believe this game has gone a long way in shaking the foundations of many a belief in my own hypothetical brain. Thanks for the stream. Take care. Thank you for being here and joining me on this almost 5-hour journey. It has been an absolute pleasure. I hope you enjoyed. Now I must oh yeah, I was gonna talk about my epic new Zen browser, which is a fork of Firefox, which has these really cool compact tabs which show up in Go Away, which allow me to reclaim even more screen real estate. And they're awesome, and I love them. Which I would recommend, but it has a fair few glitches here and there. And I did a new browser because I was getting sick of LibreWolf constantly deleting things willy-nilly. And this is Firefox anyway, so much like LibreWolf, and I like the synchronization. Great browser. Love it. Anyway, who are we raiding into? I shall find out, and when I find out, I shall tell you. I am starting to consider the notion that I may be bereft of raiding variety, but simultaneously, as I say this, I stream once a week every Wednesday, so it is not as Herculean of an endeavor as I am making it out to be. Hydration before I leave. I shall endeavor to do so, Lector. Thank you for the hydration. Thank you for a great stream indeed. Suffering today. Have a great week. See you next time. I hope you have a lovely rest of your week. Killshot, and thank you for your family and your sponsorship of these streams through your generous donations via Ko-Fi. I am very thankful for the efforts that you are putting in, well above and beyond. And like I said, you keep the lights on. Thank you for the hydration, Lector. It has been done in your name. Alright, I'm gonna make it easy for myself, and I'm gonna think less about who I'm raiding, and just raid them. Badabingus, badabungus. We are raiding into Punk Brock VT. What are they doing? I don't know. It says Road to the Empress. I haven't clicked on it yet. I hope whatever they're doing, it's going to be entertaining and it's going to be lovely. See, this is my new strat as a freelance streamer that is not affiliated with Twitch in any way, shape, or form. It is a random loot box raid. What is in there? What are we going to stumble into? I have no idea. We're gonna find out together. But yes, thank you everybody very much for taking part in this wonderful stream. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed listening to me wax poetic and philosophic about many a topics. And I hope you enjoy the continuation of the story. We shall go into the next chapter in the life and suffering of Sir Bowen Brante. But until then, farewell and goodbye. Ha!